We're back, Tony.
Great.
Man, this is gonna be out. I tell you, I mean, the last 2 years previous, I said, oh man, we can't even come in until day 2 to get any products.
Yeah.
and I'm thinking, my God, and watching everybody else pick up a lot of players that Tony, we might have been able to pick up, but no, we got to trade up all the way to number 3 to get a quarterback that has now become defunct. But as a matter of fact, is he ever going to hit the field as a starter or even a backup? I think he went to Dallas to just completely. Where's he going to go from there? Nobody's seen him. Would you take Trey Lance now if you were another team?
No, I don't think I would. And I don't understand their plan with him coming out because most projects, like I think Drake May is almost a project where you can still play him because he's seen enough and he's done enough to where he can develop. Josh Allen comes to mind as well. 2 years, it wasn't great, but the third year he took off running. With Trey Lance, he needed playing time more than anyone because he had the least amount of snaps out of any quarterback taken in the first round in draft history. And they chose to sit him for a year. So I don't think he went to a great situation, although he had all the coaches and teammates in place. He wasn't dealt with the right way, and I think it just ruined his development forever.
Yeah. And you're right. And he had a few mechanics and he needed fixing, but they were minor things. And he sort of made some adjustments in the second season. But still, and then you can't run your quarterback like that in the NFL. Just because he got away with that at Dakota doesn't mean some big guys in the NFL. If he comes running up the middle there, it's going to be a different story than it was at Dakota when he's running against little children. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Just sucks because I love the person so much, and you want him to win, but it just isn't in the cards right now.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I do wonder. Dallas is talking about everything but Trey Lance, so I do wonder what they're going to do with him there. So that's going to be strange.
Yeah, it makes me sad for him, but I hope he can go to a team maybe like Atlanta where he's never going to be the number 1, but certainly Kirk Cousins won't be there forever, but we'll see. I don't know.
Here's an idea. Atlanta. That might be a program that he might be able to do. Because remember, what's the quarterback from Hawaii that just came back here, left the Falcons hanging in the end of the season, and then just sort of left, and now he's he went to Oregon. What's his name? Quarterback. That's
Oregon
sort of like.
quarterback.
Yeah, well, now he's sort of like just going from one team to another. He started with Tennessee. There it is. Who did Tennessee draft a few years ago out of Hawaii? Quarterback.
Do you mean Marcus Mariota?
Marcus, yeah. Marcus.
Yeah.
Marcus did okay with the Falcons for a few minutes. He beat us. And he beat us very clean and cleverly. It was brilliant. And, it's so, could Trey be that kind of guy? I don't know. Problem with Trey is he's not that kind of fleet of foot and quick. He can once he gets rolling, he's gone like Kaepernick. But as far as just racing around a corner, he's good at running end rounds. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, on top of that too, he doesn't have the between the ears things that you want. So you can do that all you want, but now teams are prepared for it, and you're not this elite special athlete like a Malik Neighbors, Debo Samuel. So you'll be in hell if that's all you can do.
You know, I just realized production says you guys are on. Don't let them know when we're on.
That's so funny.
So you heard some of my thoughts that I might have not even shared. I was there with Tony. Longbeard, I see you. Can I get a ooh la la? Yeah, ooh la la. Ooh la la. Yeah. Tony, so listen. First round pick. Caleb's on his way to Chicago. And, of course, Jaden is on his way to our favorite guy. And, Tony, it's going to be different this year without Adam Peters. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be dramatic? Are we going to be able to notice that we're not doing as well? Or we're doing better?
Honestly,
or what?
I don't think he was this amazing guy because you have hundreds of people in the scouting department. Maybe not that much, but you have tons of people there, right? And so I think just one guy, I don't know, because you have John Lynch. You have the guy they just promoted. I forgot his name, but he's really good. And so with those 2 people alone, it's like your scouts aren't leaving. Maybe a few with Peters, but you'll be.
Yeah.
And there were a few picks like Ambry Thomas where they were so pumped up about him. And Lynch was saying that's an Adam pick. And he's one of the worst.
Did he? I didn't know that.
No, that was a Peters pick. So That's the only one I think they've said was Adam Peters, but I don't know. I don't think he's amazing. I think he's really good and he deserves this position that he's in right now, but he's infallible. Or I guess he's fallible. He's not infallible. He still
Yeah, but
makes
Tony,
his mistakes.
but I think
Yeah.
I'm not sure that John Lynch was going to be able to. Thank God for John Elway
Mhm.
being the nice guy he is, because he just said, "Listen, um, John and I are friends. I'm going to send see if Adam Peters, if he can use him, because Adam Peters, I don't know who the mastermind is, but Denver in those years when I used to look at them every year in camp in 2013, 2014, 2015, I said, look at that. Where'd they get that guy from? What?
Yeah.
Who is that? Why don't we pick up guys like that in the draft that look like this in preseason? And then Adam
Exactly.
Peters, was he behind that? So,
Maybe.
and we've had some pretty tough
Maybe.
guys. He's not gonna pick them all right.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to say he has had more misses than hits. And if that were true, it's because it's true across the league. He's great, but
Yes,
it's not like we lose him and our whole scouting department is screwed
falls
and we're
apart.
never going to draft a good player again. Like we're still going to have our steals and our gems.
I agree. I'm just hoping. Well, I want to believe that, because how sad would it be if all of a sudden we're looking at our draft? Yeah,
Mhm.
guys, I don't know. That's not as wow. This is not as productive as a draft, or exciting, or some of the picks they made were questionable. I mean, highly questionable. Because with Peters, well, actually, you know what, Tony? Actually, with Peter, there was a few times I wondered that the guys turned out better later, though. So it's a hard call.
That's fair. Like for me, Lenore was one of those guys where I thought he'd be a fine nickel and I liked the pick. I never thought he'd be a startable outside corner. So there's things that they see that I simply don't. And I also am not spending like so much money to send scouts out to every single game they play, right? I watch 2 or 3 games full, like front to end, and then I make my judgments off of what I see there. Because I have to get through so many guys. But they're going years in advance, watching their whole careers. So it's definitely way different. And they see things that we can't. So I can never say he's so bad that I'm better than him. I never will believe that. But he
Mm.
definitely deserves some of his flowers, which I'll give to him.
I think he'd be great. I think he'd be very. Your criticisms always, you never go too far with the criticisms. You seem to find a strength in players really easily, and you highlight those as much as you go against the week. That's why I think you'd be good at that, because the fact is, you go out and look at the guy. He does this well. He does this well. He does this well. Is this problem fixable that he has here and this one here? If not, you keep on moving. Otherwise, you say, yeah, let's see if we can get to work with that. Because every draft pick is a gamble anyway. It's a shot in the
Mhm.
dark.
Exactly. It really is. And I mean, everybody has a certain type. It's just who has the best type that they like. And I don't think Adam Peters has that. I think you look at
Yeah.
other teams like Philly, their scouting department is incredible. You find an all-pro offensive lineman every other year in the draft.
Oh, well, they go to Georgia all the time too for the defensive people. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yes.
They've got a guy parked and probably lives in Georgia, one scout, and just watches them go through the high school system and
Oh, I
everything
bet.
else. Man,
I bet, definitely. And so I look at those and it's like you can have your type, but some teams just have a better type, and that's where the improvement comes along. But I appreciate your kind words, of course, and I don't know if I'll ever be a scout one day, just given I'm so far behind the 8 ball, but I enjoy doing it in my spare time and I love improving at it.
well, you told it, Tony. You got that intuition that really is. It's good. It's good. Tony, I got to tell you though. Looking, we got to pick up players today that may not be. This team is. You're not going to break into the first starting lineup unless you're really unbelievably exceptional, right?
Yes.
So you're going to put a red shirt on most of these guys and put them out there. I even suspect McKivitz will be out. He'll start this season. If I'll be shocked if we see a new right guard starting this year.
Yeah.
So they got to make some really solid choices. This is a very important draft this year.
I mean, from the standpoint you talked about, it's almost win now, and you need a guy who can play right now. And it's tough because a lot of those guys don't have the elite ceilings that you want from players. And so they'll be good enough now, but you'll want to replace them in a year or two anyway. So that's the tough thing. There are very few players in the draft where you start them day one, they'll be an immediate contributor and they can develop as well, right? And so that's where the top 10 players in this draft are different. I'd even go as far as to say, looking at my list, top 14, I feel that way. Uh, Maybe
Hey,
even more than that. It's so tough because there's
you know
guys
what
I
though?
like later on as well.
Graham Barton just flashed across the screen. He's the
Hmm.
number one interior offensive lineman, Tony.
Yes.
We're not getting him.
Absolutely. I don't even think it's close. I went into the process knowing nothing about him, thinking, oh, he's 45 and in mock drafts right now. He'll be a decent second round player. No, he's a top 15, top 20 type of guy. And I know we just raved about him on the last show we had here just a few minutes ago. He is so special. So I cannot wait to see where he goes. I hope he ends up in, of course, San Francisco or Miami. I think they do great things with him.
Tony, maybe the guys will break what they usually do is if we're going to get rid of Debo, if we're going to get Aiyuk, if we're going to give up another pick in the later rounds, it doesn't necessarily have to be for a wide receiver, although some of the wide
Yes.
receivers in this class, you need to go get them. But wouldn't it be special if they went up and they got an offensive lineman of a Graham Barton quality and just blow everybody's mind as we sit back and say, hey, we got plenty of wide receivers. And by the way, we still have pick number 31 or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
God.
It's so tough with that, and I'll tell you why. Because you look at how good the player is pound for pound, and you want him on your team 10 times out of 10. But who's really making the biggest difference? Brandon Aiyuk or Graham Barton? And that's the tough thing, right? I don't think on a game-to-game basis he'll change the game so much that another player can't, that it's worth giving up Aiyuk with this special skill set. And
That's
that's
true.
why like I love these players, but parting with Ayuk, the only way I'd see that happening is if you're getting Brock Bowers or Malik Neighbors back at your skill position. Every other player I'm not thrilled about, and especially for their fit with the team. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be a popular guy, number
Yeah,
one on a lot of people's boards, but he doesn't have the yak presence. He separates, but not to the degree that a Neighbors or an Ayuk can. And I have really worries about his body breaking down like AJ Green did after year 7 or 8, where you're never the same player. Um, Whereas with like an Odell Beckham Jr., he had
Oh,
like 3 ACL surgeries, but
oh,
he's still getting open against a lot of players. He's not nearly what he once was, but he's still pretty good and a guy who I'd want to be my number 3 on my team. So I look at that and I say, maybe not Marvin. Rome is just very solid. He'll be a low end wide receiver one forever, like a Keenan Allen type of guy. That's my comp for him. But is he really moving the needle in the same way that you'll get from Brandon Ayuk, who stretches the field horizontally, cooks every defender he plays? I don't know. So you almost need a Neighbors or Brock Bowers to have the true game to game, changing the game type of ability.
I agree. I certainly do. And here's the thing: more I think about the Debo Ayuk chip being dangled, I'm keeping Ayuk. You know why? Because I'm going to increase the role of JJ. I mean, I was so impressed with Jawan Jennings last year. The guy brought me to tears. I said, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, that guy's good. He doesn't get enough love out there. Throw him the damn ball. He's always open. And when he gets the ball, well, his Debo is not the route runner that Jawan Jennings is. And anybody wants to argue with me, I'm fine with that. But I
Yeah.
don't think so. And I think Jawan can get open a lot of times. And a lot of people say, well, because the pressure's being taken off of Jawan, he's out there one-on-one. Debo's battling double teams. Well, I've seen Debo one-on-one. I'm not sure if he was escaping that defender. And there's a few
He was
people that do lock him down around the NFL.
Yeah. With Jawan, what I love about him, his physical limitations really prevent him from separating at a high level, but he's a nuanced route runner. And when he's not open, he's really open because of his frame and how physical he is. And
Exactly.
that's a guy you want on your team.
Right? So I
So
need a
I
tough
like
guy.
those.
I'm keeping him between Debo. And if I'm going to get more for Debo than I would, it's it's painful because Tony, I love Debo, man. Every time he gets the ball, he breaks out into the open. I'm just screaming my head off. I get God. You just can't keep them all.
It just sucks because it's like, do I want Debo for 5 plays a game, or do I want Jawan Jennings and keep more money for the whole game, right? That's the dilemma. So I'd rather have Jawan than Debo Samuel at this point in time, given their value, how much they're getting paid, how much they'd be worth.
Yeah, there you go. The worth. And Jawan, he has no problem blocking. In fact, he's
Mhm.
just vicious about it. I mean, the guys, at that time I seen him, he was some guy was trying to take the ball out of his hand. They were fighting all the way across the field, all the way to the water cooler. I mean, what the hell? What is that about? Jennings he's a guy out there that's antagonizing. He's intimidating. He's pissing people off. I love when you get in the corner's head. And playing that position, I could be talked out of my game. I remember that. Guys come off the line of scrimmage saying things, you better get some help over here. Who are you talking to, man? Yeah, what?
Exactly.
Yeah. I said, pretty soon I'm not focusing. And Jennings, I think he did that to players all the time.
He's a demoralizer. Like, you play him and you're like, he's moving me and I'm trying to get around him and I can't go. And he's talking crap to my face when I'm in a water cooler. Like, those are things a lot of players, you have to be so mentally tough to not let it get to you. Even with the guy who's supposed to be the number 3, right?
Yeah. So, and Juwan never looked at himself that way. In the Super Bowl, Tony, if we win that, I'm not who's your MVP? Normally Brock would have got it, but everybody been saying, the MVP of this game was Juwan Jennings. Oh,
I mean, he had the receiving touchdown and the passing touchdown as well. So he's a special player. I'm glad that they found a place for him. He got cut after his first year. Then he was a practice squad, kind of move up to the 53 year 2. Year 3, he becomes a real player. Really, at the end of year 2 against the Rams in the playoffs, he did great. But 2022, 2023, that's when he earned his spot. And I love seeing it where a guy is not on the team at all, and he just grows and becomes that player. It's really cool to see.
Hey, he's so popular. All right, Fred, looking at some of our competition this year. Okay, in the Western Conference, you figure Marvin Harris. Rumor is that he's going to be also going to the Cardinals. I says, really? Okay, no, I don't need that kind of trouble in the NFC West. You think that'd be an issue?
So happy they're number 4. I really am, because they're not going to get one of the top quarterbacks. And they're probably taking Marvin Harrison Jr., who's not easy by any means. He beat double teams more than anybody in college. But I'd rather have Charvarius Ward against him than Charvarius Ward versus Malik Neighbors, I'll tell you.
Because the thing is, speed doesn't always kill in the NFL, especially if that's what they did. What's the kid with the Eagles that came out of Bama? He was okay his first season. Last year was even better, but he never scared me any. What's their number 2 receiver? Out of Bama?
Yeah.
That was him, right? I lost you for a second. Say his name again?
Devontae Smith.
Devontae never worried me. When he was out there, he made a few catches against other teams, and I'd watch the highlights later, and Devontae just had a game. I don't remember Devontae getting loose against the 49ers.
Well, his rookie year, I think he had one play that was really good. I think the issue is the quarterback play, and the way they use him is very similar to Aiyuk. He's not getting a bunch of screens. You want him stretching the field vertically and being such a great route runner and such an acrobat in that way that even if it's not near him, he can catch it down the field. So I just think we saw more of him because Hurts was able to develop and throw down the field more. But You're right. He got way better. Way better. He didn't scare you the first couple of years, but now he does. He really does.
And it took a while. The Hawks, Tony, no matter what, I don't like the Hawks. I like the city of Seattle, but I got to tell you, they've got a good program going on there. I got a feeling they're not going to lay low for very long. I suspect the Hawks are going to give us even more trouble than the Rams this year. Who would they be picking
it's
up?
It's definitely possible.
Well, who would they be picking up out of the draft? Because they've got a defensive-oriented coach over there now, head coach. Who do you think they're going to pull with their pick?
I really don't know. And it's difficult because you don't know what Mike McDaniel wants. I could see them upgrading their edge players for sure. Boye Mafe is a great number 2. I don't know if he's a number 1. Same with Uchenna Nwosu. So maybe you bring in Latu, or you bring in Dallas Turner if he falls, and then they can be a great pass rusher. But I can also see them saying, let's get Quinyon Mitchell, have the best cornerback tandem the league has seen in the past 10 years, and let's just beat dudes up at the line with Tariq Woolen, Devon Witherspoon, Quinyon Mitchell, and just be so great in that way. So I could also see that. I could see them upgrading their offensive line to make the run game better and to help them control the clock more, keep the defense off the field. I have no clue what they're doing. They're one of the true wild cards of the draft. But
Yeah.
what I will say, every damn year they take a player I like, and it pisses me off.
No.
Every year.
This
And the
guy.
UDFAs too, the undrafted guys. You see the Seattle Seahawks getting 5 of your favorite 10, and it's like, what are we doing?
And Tony, it gets worse because if we have a player on our squad, we put him on the taxi squad or leave him alone for just a few minutes.
Yep.
Here comes Pete Carroll, and he's still with that organization. He's not leaving. He's going to work in the front office. He's still going to be scary.
Exactly.
Are they on the clock here already?
Yeah,
I
they're
see
walking
Roger
up.
Goodell coming out. Here comes him and them. He's had a lot to do with football this year, and in the last year and this year. I guess he is the face of Detroit. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, everyone hates Roger Goodell, but he's a
That's
fine
why you
announcer.
went and got him and them. He knows he's not a popular guy, so get faces around you that people will cheer for. I'll tell you.
Eminem. Oh, I just saw that right now. That's
Yeah.
so funny.
That's Now, we got a delay. So a lot of picks is okay, but when we get to 49ers, hold back. Let me see what we get, because I got a delay in NFL and I got the YouTube thing going on too. So it's a delay.
Yeah.
You may have a little bit of a delay too now.
I
since
think
you're
I
on
have a delay.
YouTube.
My internet has not been great. And I know I dropped out a couple times here on the stream, but it looks stable enough. I think we'll be good.
Yeah, it's
Now,
held on
one
pretty
thing
good.
I'll
You had
say,
once. Go ahead.
we have time because even though they're going to put them on the clock, the NFL is going to tell them, don't put in your pick until like 3 minutes to go. So we're not going to see Caleb Williams for 7 or 8 minutes, but he is the pick here. There's no doubt about it. Everything he's done and the Bears have done have signaled that to me. And you just don't pass up a player of that caliber for Jaden Daniels, who, again, I think can be an all-pro, but they're a different class of player.
There's so many arguments about Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams as to which one really is the best. Jaden picked up the Heisman, right? Of course, that's not always an indicator of the best player in the collegiate ranks, but it's pretty funny if Caleb didn't get that. And by the way, there are some people who are saying that Caleb didn't look as good this year as he did last year, and that's not good.
I think from what I saw, Oklahoma was way different. They were a more established program. They had a much better defense, and they had better players than they have now. USC, Lincoln Riley brings over Caleb and a lot of other guys, but the defense was atrocious, and you saw him make bad decisions for the sake of staying in the game. And so I don't want to say he can't make decisions. Well, no, his team is letting him down, and he feels he has to do more. So I do worry with the hero ball stuff, like with Josh Allen. Like, dude, you're kind of still in the game. Don't make that throw. You don't need to. So it's not a concern. I say he shouldn't go #1 overall. You take Josh Allen #1 overall in a heartbeat still, right? But it's something to monitor, not a concern I have.
Because Josh Allen I'm still wondering, now that he's lost Stephon Diggs, I can't wait to see what looks like or what transpires, because as soon as Stephon came to Buffalo just became unbeatable. They were the most terrorizing team in the league that year. So we'll see what happens this year. He's matured, though, Josh has. So actually, they should be pretty solid.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. Diggs was not great last year either. I mean,
he's the reason they didn't go.
I don't know if he was a top 15 receiver last year, and that's saying a lot. So on top of the always talking on Twitter, Josh Allen isn't my quarterback. Let me like that post. I don't like that type of stuff. I feel bad for D'Amico, but I hope they can reel him in. But Josh will be fine. I'm not worried about him.
Yeah, the Big Show has pointed out Patriots are working on a trade to land Aiyuk as well, according to Tom Kerr in NBC Breaking. Tony, it's so funny. Until Aiyuk is done, we're going to see all these wild renegade. Big Show. We need to be careful, because the fact of the matter is we're going to see a lot of bizarre things being said now, because that's what the media does. That's how they get paid, is to pump things up, and they're just making stuff up half the time. The Patriots are going to go for a quarterback, I think, though, Tony.
I think they will. It sucks for me. Well, it doesn't. I want Jaden Daniels to stay far away from New England. But for them, I'm not the highest on Drake May. He's my third quarterback, but most people talk about him as if he's right there with Caleb. I just don't see that. You see him scrambling in the pocket for no reason, leaving clean pockets, doing pirouettes. Think of Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of that against pressure. So
Yeah.
there are times though where he stands in there and he fires missiles against pressure. It's just weird when he bails a clean pocket, pirouettes, and then tries to throw a bad ball down the field. The accuracy is a problem, but he has all the tools you want. And if you told me in 10 years he was the best quarterback in the draft, I wouldn't be shocked. I really wouldn't.
Would you apologize?
I don't know if I would. I don't know because he's still my third quarterback, but he's not a guy where I'm stoked to have him. I don't know if he's ready to be, day one, Niners want you to make the playoffs type of guy like Trey Lance was at 3.
Yeah.
He's not that guy, but you give him time to develop, he could become a Justin Herbert type of guy, but he's just not there yet.
Yeah. Well, the guy that gets Penix and starts going wild in the pocket, a lot of people appreciate that kind of thing. But I got to tell you, Kyle Shanahan hates that. Kyle Shanahan's got those X's and O's set up in such a way that you have a job to do, and you can't do it if you can't see what's going on. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Michael Penix, if we needed a quarterback, he'd be just such a great player, in my opinion, to go after because he's not going to go in the top 4. I know that for a fact. He might even slide. I don't know if he's going out of the first round. He might, though, because of the medical history, the injuries, and his age.
How old is
But with
Penix?
him, it's like you bring him in day one. Outside of Jaden and Caleb, he's day one ready, I think, more than anyone else. I think Bo Nix would be next in line there. But for me, it's just so special. Just the throws he makes. He threw deep down the field every play last year at Washington, it seemed like. And he missed a couple, he did. But he just threw some incredible lasers where I'm like, this shouldn't be possible for a guy that's being projected as a late first-round pick. So it really is amazing.
So many expectations of how a college kid comes in, especially quarterback. And Tony, the first 4 out of 5 picks are already going to be supposedly going to be quarterbacks. And when will people learn, Tony? I got to tell you, I'd actually, if I had scouts out running around looking for quarterbacks, listen, I'm going to put you in an area where I'm not sure that they've really put out any kind of kid that's going to be able to start in the NFL. But I want you to take a good look and get back to me on this. Because how many quarterbacks have we seen in the last 6 years that came out of the first round that are still in the league? You look at some of the guys. Well, finally, Derek? There's a 1, 2, 3, 4. How many quarterbacks are you counting in the last few years that are still around, starters or in the league?
I think there's a lot, but a lot of them are backups now or just really low-end starters. I mean, people are going to point to Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Oh, they were first-round quarterbacks, but they are the exception to the rule. What you're mainly going to get is a guy like Mac Jones, where he didn't go to the right place, the right system. He had a defensive coordinator, a failed one at that, calling his plays on offense. So if he doesn't go to a Shanahan situation, he's going to be out of the league or a backup within 3 years. Trey Lance is another. Zach Wilson. So many guys recently that we can point to. But even like Marcus Mariota, 2015, was not that guy, right? You look at, what's his name? 2018 Josh Rosen, literally off the team after 2 years and was a number 3 quarterback for 2 more years after, then fizzled out, right?
And still, hey, we don't hear his name anymore. That's right. I'd forgotten all about him.
So he was on our team too, and we were like, you're not good enough. You were supposed to be amazing. I loved him coming out, and that's one of my misses that really changed the way I evaluate the position. It really was, because that was my first year where I started dabbling really in watching players, and it wasn't nuanced like it is now, but I was like, oh, I like that, I like that, I like that, and it never played out. So he's a guy that comes out, you have to reevaluate.
Yeah. But that year you just mentioned, Trevor Lawrence, the only guy. Is that 2021, 2020, 21,
Yeah, and
22?
he's still not amazing either. Like,
Yeah,
the expectations, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, has not been close to that. Has not even been a top 10 quarterback yet in the league.
So that's a lot of pressure. That's why when people say they're trading up into the first round for a quarterback, I say you're gonna lose assets and you're gonna pay top dollar to that quarterback if he's in the top five. If he doesn't work out now, what? If you don't start him, you're not getting your money's worth. It's the thing now, Tony. You get drafted in the first round, you're in the top 5 or top 10. You need to start from day one. Now, what danger is involved in that?
I don't like individual players. It's so easy to look at them and the things you just talked about and discount players early or say, oh yeah, we're going to get them in the perfect situation because every player is different and we don't know the mentals either. So,
it's a scary thing.
I want you to talk a little bit about that, what you see. It's just a hard topic for me to really explain fully, if you know what I mean.
The thing is, I see quarterbacks that come out of school. They were just the golden boy, whatever campus they were on, and then they come in. You got a guy like Bryce that's going to Carolina Panthers. Their program sucks for a brand new quarterback. In fact, if I was the owner, I would have said, "Listen, I want a journeyman. Give me a veteran in there. I want him to get beaten up for a while. Not the kid I just got in. I don't want his mind warped and ruined about the NFL." I want him to come in and observe. The perfect example is going to Jordan Love. Look at Jordan Love. My God, it's okay to let him sit down.
Exactly.
And I just want to see those poor kids come out of school and not come into a situation where the team needs them so bad to lead them. Hell, he needs somebody to help him. So I said, what we got? And Caleb Williams going to Chicago, the worst place in the world for a quarterback to go.
It really is tough because some of those guys are capable of doing that, but not right away. And then you ruin their confidence and you ruin their development because you're asking them to carry your team when they're just not ready for it. And so Trevor Lawrence might be one of those guys where if he was, I don't want to say sit. I don't like, you have to sit behind this player for a year. I don't believe in that. I do believe in having the right mentors around you and setting the expectations. And he didn't have that. He really didn't.
Yeah. Well, you look at Justin coming into Chicago. I mean, that was just, they had no offensive line protection. And Caleb, of course, no surprise, on his way to go put on that Bears jersey and end his career in the first couple of seasons. Don't have no faith in the Bears. I really feel, Caleb, I feel bad for you. God.
And Matt Nagy was running curls all game. And he had Darnell Mooney on the outside who could stretch the field. Nope, run a curl. Like, it made no sense. It really didn't. So I feel bad for Justin. I really do. Are you seeing the draft right now?
Yeah, I'm watching now. Caleb just got picked up.
Yep. So, I mean, we knew that.
Yeah.
He is a mutant. The way I see him is Kyler Murray with the potential to grow into Patrick Mahomes. Throwing out of any arm angle, the intelligence, just the ball placement. He's almost never off target. And so for me, that's a guy you want. Elite scrambler with his legs as well. So great pick. A+.
Yeah. Now, see, this is now, from what you just said, if he does go to Chicago and after the first 6 or 7, 8 weeks, because they don't wait to evaluate, they're going to say, Caleb Williams came into Chicago to fix things, and it seems like he's part of the problem. And I'm going to say, you know what? I knew you guys were going to say this. Listen, when is it going to be the owner's going to understand you need to find better people to run your damn club? That's not always the quarterback.
Well, I think a lot of it, too, is they want yes guys with them. That will listen to the owner and do everything they want because apparently they have the vision because they're the business owner, but they know nothing about football. So that's where their, what's the word for it? Like narcissism comes out a little bit. Like Dave Tepper in Carolina is a perfect example. I'm going to bring in guys that say yes to me and I basically control them. And after they leave and no one wants to come, I'm surprised that I can't land a good candidate after you did that work yourself.
And then they start passing the buck when things go south. Yeah, Tony, look at this. Mr. Block Ice. Thanks for the Ohio State quarterback steering. Stroud shut that BS down. And I forgot Stroud was out of Ohio State.
Yeah, he was. I think he was somewhere else before. Or no, I think he was sitting behind Fields. That's what it was. But yeah, he was also Ohio State. So he's breaking the mold. Guys from Ohio State can't play was the narrative before he came in last year and was an MVP candidate.
Who before Justin Fields came? Who's the quarterback?
Justin Fields,
Yeah, who's before Justin Fields? I'm trying to. How many NFL
JT
quarterbacks?
Barrett.
Who?
JT Barrett. He never made it in the NFL,
Okay.
but yeah, before
I'd
him,
love to. Go ahead.
Cardell Jones, I think, was the guy before him in
Ooh,
2014.
that was really bad. Yeah,
Mhm.
Cardell really failed. He went to the Commanders, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Another bad program.
Another bad one. You're right.
Uh, so,
Yeah.
I put the spotlight sometimes on the organization because, for all intents and purposes, what if Brock Purdy had not come to the 49ers?
I don't know what we would have done. Like Sam Darnold, your 9-8 specialist. Oh man, it's so tough. Purdy saved the Trey Lance pick. No one talks about Trey anymore because we have Purdy. But if
Mm,
he weren't picked, would we still have Jimmy Garoppolo? Like they
no.
kept him around for seemingly no reason, but they had no faith in Trey Lance. And so it could have been Jimmy, could have been Sam Darnold. We don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
they traded for a
I,
guy.
I think you're right. Kyle's really high on Darnold. They probably would have brought him in. Uh,
I don't know why he is. I really
but
don't.
but Brock may have saved a lot of speculation about Brock having saved Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's job. I
Hmm.
don't. You know what though? I don't see Jed York. I I think it's gonna have to really be bad. Jed loves those two because
Yeah.
they do keep butts in the seats because the 49ers remain competitive. As much as some fans hate uh, Kyle Shanahan, we're still right in the mix all the time.
Exactly. I don't see a way you fire them if they miss on a quarterback in the draft. Everyone does that.
I know.
Everyone has, they will continue to.
Yes.
So, but they need to figure something out if Brock Purdy didn't come in. Maybe Kirk, I don't know,
Oh.
this year trade for him.
Ah. Yeah. It would have been Kirk.
Hmm.
We would have had a lot, and we probably would have had a lot of draft picks.
Yes.
Uh, well, they were going to keep that core, and which is their MO. The 49ers intent, well, now it's going to change, though, Tony. Now that we've got to, all these guys we're going to have to let go because the quarterback does finally arrive that we need to keep. He's got to get paid. What's the market going to be next year? Somewhere
Hmm.
close to $60 million. What if? And I really think it's going to happen. What if Brock gets all the way to the playoffs again, and this time they bring it home? What? What do you pay Brock Purdy next year, Tony? Oh my God!
It sucks because he'll always be a fringe top 10 quarterback. He's just not physically capable of being more than that. He'll
Yeah.
be elite with Kyle. Um, but in a lot of other teams, I don't know if he's an elevator of the offense in the same way that a Josh Allen or a Mahomes might be. So
Yeah.
for a guy that's always going to be fringe top 10, Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, you don't want to pay him all that money. We saw what happened with Joe Flacco. They win the Super Bowl, and now they're stuck with him forever, right?
Right.
So it's tough, but you have to pay him for what
Yeah.
he's brought to your organization. Taking care of him will do more for you in the long run than if you just don't pay him and make him leave.
You look at Jared Goff. We were talking about guys that get picked up the first round. Jared Goff, it took him how many years to get the position he's in now? He got a better program. He's in Detroit. He seems to be making that work for him. And now, he might have been a bust at one point, and it looked like that when McVay said you got to go. Now look what's going on.
Yeah. And his arm is special. He's just a rock in the pocket, a statue, and he's gotten way better versus pressure. So, I mean, he has the traits to do that. And like if Brock went to another team, he'd probably be successful in the same way.
You think so?
I
Because
think he would. Depends on where he goes, though. But I think he could be.
though, I got to tell you, Tony, Kyle Shanahan is so he's so disciplined in what he wants done. Now, if you go out there and do things, you see Kyle every now and then walk on over. He's walking over to Jimmy all the time when he was there. Because as soon as a quarterback starts showing any traits of being renegade out there, here comes Kyle. He's got the clipboard. He's got the camera. He's got the iPad in his hand. And he's talking about
Yeah.
some things they need to appreciate. And even in the press conferences, Kyle comes out and says things. Yeah, it was a great play, but he didn't make the easier play. He did have Jawan Jennings, but it was a nice play. He found George Kittle in the back of the end zone. I was like, Kyle, why was that necessary to be said?
Yeah. Fit in house.
Oh,
Man.
Commanders are up, Tony.
Yeah, I see it here. I think it's Jaden Daniels, but we'll see.
No, it is.
Okay, yeah.
Everything's
I
going is scheduled.
I don't like how they handled him. They brought him in with like three other quarterbacks for his visit. That was weird. Um,
He even said something about that.
yeah, like I would be pissed off about that too. Maybe at receiver, it's different. At quarterback, the face of your franchise, you don't do that. It was really dysfunctional almost to do it that way. But I'm very, very glad that Adam Peters has his quarterback, something we should have done with Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes
Hmm.
2017.
Hmm.
So he learned from his mistake. Um, I don't know if he was here in 2017. I think he was, but now they take their quarterback at the beginning as opposed to waiting. And D'Amico did it last year too. So
Hmm.
you can just kind of see they learn from Kyle's mistakes, and that's always good to see. Maybe Kyle will learn from his own someday as
I
well.
know. Kyle,
Maybe not. You're right.
Tony, Kyle is a guy, and I love Kyle. I'm not against him, but Kyle is a guy. His arrogance. Kyle believes that he is a god. I really think so. Sometimes, don't.
Yeah.
He'll never change anything, and if anything goes wrong, he will come in and say, "Well, he'll explain it to you that he'll sort of like move the blame away from himself. He'll never get up in front of the microphone. And, well, I take that back. A few times he says, "Well, if I had that." Play the call again, I might change from what I think. He's done that two or three times, I remember. But usually, no, I would have done that play the very exact same way. And
Yeah,
you can
and
see in his face, he means it.
it's never like, oh, that's on me. I need to be better. It's always like, well, yeah, this happened, and maybe I would take it back next time, but I don't fully regret it, type of thing.
He's never said, I need to be better. You
Mhm.
know what? If he does, I'm going to remember it. But I never remember that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Man,
Well, we're
that's
going to
so
find
funny.
out. Tyler's got to humble
So,
himself just a little bit. He can learn more if he calmed down on his own principles and ideals all the
yes,
time. I
I
really think
agree.
he could. You can never learn. You got to continue learning, especially in this game of football. The game is evolving. We're doing things now that Kyle wouldn't have approved of years ago. He didn't want his quarterback moving around the pocket. He wanted to stand there. Remember, C.J.
Mhm.
Beathard came in, and Kyle was talking about the reason why I like C.J. Beathard. He stands there. He's taking slaps to the face. He's taking punches. He stands right there, and he keeps his eyes downfield. I'm saying, Kyle, is that a good idea? Because Beathard, if he gets hit a few more times, we may not have him.
Yes, he took some nasty blows in the pocket. It was not pretty.
Dang, that's what
And the
Kyle
O line
is.
was amazing back then either,
No,
especially in 2017, where you have Joe and everybody else.
oh, yeah. Yeah, there it is. There's a trivia question. Try to remember some of the guys that played the offensive line in 2017 before Kyle. The first year Kyle came, we still had Trent Brown.
Yeah, we did, but he was still developing. Like he was really good. He was.
Yeah,
Beginning of the year, like he got way better through 2017 from what I remember. At center, who did we have? Weston Richburg. He didn't come
no,
until 2018, right?
yeah, he
Or
came with
20.
he came with Kyle. Yeah, we had another
Okay.
guy. They traded him immediately the year after. I can't remember. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't going to get the job done. Not in Kyle's offense. And then we had another couple of guys that just weren't that good. And Trent Brown really pissed the 49ers off. Remember that last game when Jimmy was out there? Trent was making a
Yeah.
business decision by not wanting to play that game because his shoulder was feeling to the point where he thought he needed to get a procedure done on it right now. And I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
can't wait. That was it. The 49ers were done with Trent at that point. Put him on a plane a night before the draft, I remember. And I think it was the night before. And I was like, why? And they
Hmm.
picked up everybody's favorite right tackle, Mike McGlinchey.
Man. Well, like the difficult thing about that too is in hindsight, it was a good pick. He just, it's not like Joe Alt today where he has the core strength to be able to handle people when they get up under his pads. But
Yeah,
like Mike McGlinchey was on a forklift so often, and it took away from
that's a good way to put
how
it.
nasty he was in the run game and how smart he was in that way. And also, too, you never saw blitzes get by him that were like Spencer Burford and Colton McKivitz, where it's like,
Yeah.
what are you thinking? The guy ran straight through the B gap and no one touched him. So I think he's an average right tackle, but he was underrated. And I don't think he was a bad pick. I actually think he was a good pick because we
Yeah.
don't have any great O linemen in the NFL.
I know that's a decision that there's not a lot to choose from. Michael McGinty was still one of the best road graders, if not the best road grader in the NFL. And Kyle wants to run the ball. I think that's what he was looking at when he picked him up in the first place. But Tony, I'll never get through crying about Vita Vea was up in the draft that year, and I wanted him anyway. God, man, we're picking.
I remember my guy I had 3 guys, but I wanted Derwin over everybody, Minka Fitzpatrick after him, and then Tremaine Edmonds after him. Those were my 3 guys.
All good players.
And again, this is like younger Tony still in high school. But I mean, all 3 of those players worked out. So Vita Vea has been special too. He was insane coming out of college. So that was just a really solid draft, 2018. And somehow we got the average player when they were all pros left and right.
Yeah. Quarterback.
Here come the Patriots.
Here come the Patriots, yeah.
So if I had to guess, it's probably Drake May here. I think
it is. If you had to guess. Everybody's doing what they were predicted to do. Is Drake May? Would you pick up Drake May right now? Is he the guy you want, Tony?
If you're Gerard Mayo and you want the future, Drake May, I think, is the future in that way. I really think he is. You shouldn't count on him like you did Mac Jones and then give him a crappy coaching staff. But if you put the systems around him, you have the coaches around him to make him the elite player he can be. Again, I don't see a reason why. I'd be shocked if he were the number 1 quarterback 10 years from now from this class. I don't think it's likely. I think Daniels and Williams are more likely, but I could see that possibility. So it's so tough because
not there anymore. Yeah.
Kraft is a good owner. I like Rob Mayo as head coach. He screams culture to me, and that's important. But yeah, I do worry a bit, like you were talking about earlier. Nothing in place. Now, what I do like is our offensive line is good. Cole Strange and Mike Onwenu at guard are great. And then just everywhere else, they're pretty solid everywhere. They just need to get him help at receiver. So I don't know how they do that. Maybe at pick 34, you get a guy like Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy.
Ellis loves that guy. Legette. Every time Ellis calls in, he's talking about Legette. I got it. Tony, what about Legette? Emphasize that a little bit.
Yeah, so there were things that went on with him to where I think, I know his parents passed away, both of them, I believe. And
accident?
He never got to really get his feet running the way that you want to for like, okay, let's develop year after year. So the first few years, it's just hard to do it in that circumstance. And it's not on your mind, but since he's able to get past that a bit the last year and a half, he's really started to improve a whole lot. And so I think he's more of a raw player. I also think he has untapped potential as a yak guy. I really do. And with the right team, I can just see Kyle screaming at the podium if he's there at 40, 45. John, let's go up. I don't care for giving up a 2nd-round pick next year. I want Xavier Legette on my team. I can see that. And he's nasty. He really is. He has the potential to be an elite route runner, great at the catch point. So a lot of people don't like him. They're like, he's been in college for so long. Why hasn't he developed?
He's the guy with the long years. That's right.
Yeah, a lot of them are like that, but I think it's more emphasized with him more than anybody. And yeah, I think some of those things are warranted. But at the same time, I think he will develop. So I still have a 2nd-round grade on him. He's my 35 rated player. But yeah, I really like him. Ellis is spot on. He is.
Could be interesting. Listen, what do you do with Mac J? What happens to Mac Jones?
He's in Jacksonville already.
Is he already in Jacksonville? I didn't know he'd been moved already.
For a 6th-round pick. That's what happened. He's backing up Trevor Lawrence now.
God, that's the kind of thing that I'd be bothered by. For a 6th-round pick, you were able to get me? Oh my God!
I don't think he cared. He just hated New England.
He just wanted out of New England.
He went from a happy guy to the most depressed quarterback I've ever seen, back to a happy guy. You watch his press conference in Jacksonville, he's just elated to be there. After they gave him out for half a bag of Cheetos. It's crazy. Man.
Poor Justin. Hey, we're going to Justin, Mac, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
God, that class. Trey, yeah. Wow. They're all sitting in places where they did not start, even before the rookie contracts ended.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's the crazier thing. All these guys are off their team except for Trevor Lawrence from the first round compared to who drafted them. I can't believe that. To me, that's crazy. That's unprecedented, and I don't think we'll
It
see that
is.
again in the next 10 years.
And we shouldn't. But
Here come the Cardinals.
here we go. What are they gonna do? Oh my God, it's gonna be.
It's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah. Again, like he's not even my top rated receiver in the class, but just a very safe pick. You know, everyone knows the name. If you're trying to build an organization, I think he's a guy that you can do it off of. I don't think he's ever going to reach the ceiling of Malik Neighbors, but he could still be an all pro. He's damn good. He's that good. So you get Kyler with Marvin Harrison Jr., and they're just going to do special things together.
You know, Kyler Murray, I suspect he's had enough. He got talked about he really got clowned last year. I look for Kyler Murray to have a good year this year. You give him a couple of receivers. Who else is on that team that can help them offensively? Oh, they got that all-world running back that God, he drives me nuts every time we play the Cardinals.
James Conner, Trey McBride he's really become a great player. Then you have Michael Wilson, one of my favorite players last year from Stanford. He's going to be an excellent number 2 receiver. And then I believe they still have Rondale Moore as their third receiver. So he has weapons. They're great there. They just need to beef up the O-line, and they started doing that last year.
Here comes Tony. And you know what? What's really bothering me about this draft, Tony? Everything that was slated to happen is Marvin Harrison's on his way to Arizona.
No, I thought they would trade out of this pick with Minnesota. That's what I mocked yesterday. And then they trade back in for Marvin Harrison because I still think he'd be available at 8 based on the way I did things. But if you have a player you really like, you're not trading back and then risking not being able to get back into the top 10. So, but you're right. It has happened the way we expected it. All the guys went to that team.
This has all been anticipated. Tony, the 49ers are supposedly, rumor has it, getting in the top 10. We'll hear from them. This is moving kind of quickly here.
Yeah.
And everything's going as scheduled. This is going to be interesting to see what happens here very shortly.
I don't know what's going to happen. The scenario I want is they trade up right now if they have to trade Aiyuk, somehow get the number 5 pick, and then pick Malik Neighbors. That to me would be the dream scenario if you have to trade Brandon. But either way, I just don't see how they're getting into the top 10. Even with Aiyuk, you probably have to give a considerable pick along with that, because moving from 31 to 3 is like 4 first-round picks worth. It just doesn't happen.
Whoa.
Or 31 to 5. So I don't know. I think what's more likely is no one gets traded, and they either trade up to like 26, 27, or they trade out of the first round. But to give up so many assets to get into the top 10, I don't see happening, especially when you have an all-pro player that you have to trade there too, whether
Absolutely.
it's Debo or Aiyuk.
And remember that whatever team picks up Aiyuk is going to have to pick up that argument that he's having about his salary. Yeah, Marvin Harrison actually has a shoe deal already with. Is that
really?
Yeah. I was reading that the other day, and I says, Marvin Harrison's got a deal with New Balance. I think I'm not. There's some. I laugh because I says, Marvin Harrison hasn't even gotten to the NFL yet, and you guys are signing him to a deal. How does that work?
Well, I mean, his dad brings all that name value, a Hall of Famer in his own right.
I forgot about that.
Like, if they named him, I don't know, Luke Harrison or Garrett Harrison, it would be way different than Marvin Harrison Jr.
I know, right? It's all that name.
So
Brian says, we need a draft clock. By the way, I want to mention, Brian, and anybody else is watching this right now, there's a delay. I got 2 delays. Tony's only got 1. But I got 2. I got the NFL Network and YouTube. So yeah, we're gonna be a little bit behind you. So we'll be talking about it a little afterward. That you've already cognizant of the facts. So, but yeah.
I'm happy to answer questions too for anyone who wants to do that. I know we usually do that on these shows as well. Just type Q before what you're gonna say, and then I'll try to get as many as I can in there.
Tony, so now we know our work's cut out for us defensively, and we were talking about cornerbacks. and Marvis Harrison Jr. going down the field, freaking people out.
Yeah, we'll be okay. Like he's on the Cardinals. Their offense is great. We just need to get a Kyrie Jackson who can shut him down.
Yeah.
Like he'd be the perfect player to stop Marvin Harrison. He's big and physical. He'll be sticky with you in man coverage. And then on top of that, you're not fast enough as Marvin Harrison to really beat him a lot down the field. So like you can still be physical and he
Mm,
should be taken down. We didn't see him play press a whole lot in college, so um, I think he could probably improve there. But if you
yeah.
get a Kyrie Jackson on him, I mean, the rep's over sometimes. Even with the
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison, I think it's possible.
Uh, or you have to come up with various schemes. You got to work on all week long before they play the Cardinals. That safety's
Mm.
going to have to be real active. I may have to. That's going to be a pain in the ass. We got to play them twice.
It will be, but we'll be okay. Like, I don't think that's an elite organization. Owner is weird. Their GM,
You know.
like, I like their GM. Jonathan Gannon as the head coach is fine. I just don't see them as a real threat. Like, maybe they can split with us, but never in the playoffs really pressing us as, like, oh, we could lose. I don't see that happening. At least not this year.
Yeah, as the playoffs go, if the 49ers are in the playoffs, they've proven they're not going to be stopped until
Mhm.
Super Bowl time or the NFCCG. We only lost one time in the NFCCG, and that was a complete accident. But
Yeah.
you figure, right, that's, man, the Cardinals, I got to tell you, though, Tony, Detroit and Green Bay just opened my eyes up to some things. We
Yeah.
are actually mortal when it comes to certain teams. Now, I don't want to see the Green Bay Packers next year. And the Lions, Tony, I said the year before, people were talking about, yeah, we'll probably get the Lions in the first round. Guys, that's not good. I don't like what I see with
Yes.
Detroit. I knew about,
Mhm.
before last year, I didn't like what I saw with Detroit. And sure enough, if they weren't so stupid, they could have won that game. They stopped running the
Yes.
ball, and we couldn't stop them from running to save our lives.
Hmm. And after that one fumble Jameer Gibbs had, they just stopped running. It makes no sense because
Well,
it was working. And that's why more than ever, we need to get a run stopping defensive lineman because we have to see Matt LaFleur's run game and Dan Campbell's run game with the best duo in football. So it's been an understated need. And I know it's anticlimactic. Oh, another defensive lineman. I honestly think
I'm not
having
gonna
a
cry.
Darius Robinson would be perfect for that. I
Yeah.
really do. Now
And
it's
I'm all,
interesting here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no. Go ahead. I was just going to say, because I'm already ready for that at pick 31 if that's all we're going to get.
Yeah, I don't think we're moving up. It would have been probably announced by now, but you can tell the Chargers are still working the phones. Looks like they want to get out of 5 because we're under 2 minutes left on the clock for them, and we
I'm
haven't
noticing.
heard anything.
I know.
So I assume they'll probably move back and then maybe trade back up, but it's just
Oh,
too much time has gone by if they really
yeah.
had a player in mind.
Yeah.
My guess for them would be J.C. Latham out of Alabama. Just fits their style in terms of finishing, mauling player. They also have Rashawn Slater there as their left tackle. Latham is a natural right tackle, so he fits in perfectly. More than
Ah.
alt, where you'd have to move one of them over. You don't want to risk that. And if you have a natural fit there, who fits your scheme, that's who I think it is. And the pick is in Ronbo, so
Mm-hmm.
this could
I'm
go
watching.
many ways. Tell me what you think about this. I don't think Jim Harbaugh would take a receiver as his first pick in a new regime at number 5.
I'm looking for a running back, Tony. Honestly, Harbaugh wants to run the ball,
I
and
don't
he
know if
wants to run right up the middle. He wants to play smash mouth football, uh, unless he's changed.
man, it's just tough. Who are you taking at 5 as a running back? That's like my
Who's
highest
the best
rating.
running back in this draft?
I don't think anyone goes first round and maybe not even second round this year.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so. Every guy has a fatal flaw in their game.
Who's this guy the camera's on? Austin,
Let me see.
Tony?
I
He's
couldn't
gonna-
see.
Unless
Bugged out.
Harbaugh's changed his stripes, the dude's going to go get the best running back in the game or in college.
Maybe second round, that makes more sense, but the league will laugh at him if he reaches for Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson at 5, with Malik Neighbors on the board, the best tackle class we've ever seen, right? So I just, oh, even if they liked a guy that much, I don't know if at 5 that would be something they would be eager to do because they can move back. Like Jahmyr Gibbs last year is a perfect example. You think you're good enough to take him at 6, but
Yeah.
you don't want the league to think a certain way. You want your fans to get behind it. Let's move
Mhm.
back to 12, get pick 34, and then
Mhm.
take him then. So,
But then again,
but they didn't trade back.
no, but then again, Harbaugh's also the guy that says things that we all agree on. Just a couple of weeks ago, the offensive line is your
Yeah.
priority one.
Hmm.
But then again,
Now
there's
they're
not a lot to
lucky.
pull from. Oh,
They
he's
have,
he's gonna go after your guy, Tony, the guard.
yeah. Well, did he call it yet on your
Wait,
screen?
Tony. I heard the word San Francisco. Wait a minute.
No.
No. They just mentioned San Francisco for
No,
whatever
no.
reason.
Don't scare me like that,
No, he
Rombo.
mentioned San Francisco for whatever reason. Maybe they were talking to him.
That's interesting.
No, they're just talking about Harbaugh. Here we go, Tony.
Oh, okay.
They picked
Joe
up a tackle,
Alt. Wow.
sticking to his beliefs. He picked up Joe Alt.
It does make sense at Michigan. You play him every single year. You know the guy inside and out.
Ah, ah,
Well, I
yes.
like that. I think JC Latham has a lot more to fix. Joe Alt can come in and help you win right now.
Yeah,
And he is a finisher too. I think
yeah,
Latham is the biggest of the finishers in the run game, but Joe Alt is a finisher. The
yeah,
one thing I have with him, because of his natural leverage,
yeah,
he's a super tall guy.
yeah.
He's not moving guys in the pass game. And even sometimes in the run game, you're not like super impressed. But if he's not head up on you, you'll see him move guys. Like if he can get a good angle on you and
Yeah.
he has that mentality. So I
Well,
like that. I
yeah.
like that for them.
Look at this dude's huge. He must have drove Harbaugh crazy when they played him. Harbaugh says,
Absolutely.
if I get a chance, I'm going to put that kid on my club right away. And they got
Yeah.
him.
That's one thing I should have considered more is how familiar he was with him.
Yeah. Harbaugh should be making some of the best picks in the draft as far as
And
real
he's
collegiate talents.
what I like too about the last two picks. You have a newer-ish regime with the Cardinals year 2, but they're not very good. And you have a new regime in LA with the Chargers. You take the safest player on the board because you know they won't bust. Maybe
Yeah.
they're just really good, but I can take a really good draft pick over a Javon Kinlaw or a Trey Lance.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not a high risk value. I mean, there's not a high risk thing going on there because, yeah. I mean, how bad can picking a wrong right tackle or left tackle be?
Yeah,
Usually in the
exactly.
top 10 rounds, if you pick up a tackle, it's usually a good one. Nobody picks up a guard in the first top. Well, Quentin Williams is a guard, right? Didn't Williams go number 3 or number 2?
The defensive tackle,
No, I'm talking about Quentin. I'm sorry,
Quentin
Quentin
Nelson.
Nelson. Nelson
Yeah, he
out of
went
Notre. What number?
at 6.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that never happens. Like you never see a guard going at 6. That's how special he was.
And he was too. And everybody, oh, he's not good for Kyle Shanahan's system because he's too big. And Kyle Shanahan wants guys that are going to be nimble and be agile and be able to get out in space. And then I see, oh, look at this. Well, does Nelson look like he's struggling out there?
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
gave? Oh,
Man, I honestly wish we would have traded up to 6 for Quentin Nelson.
we know
That would have
we.
been great. Give up a second round pick. I don't care. Like he's a surefire all pro when you draft him.
There are those. There definitely are those. As far as offensive linemen are.
There's few, and I think there's actually a lot in this draft, more than we've ever seen. So I'm excited to see it. We'll see if the Giants take one here. If I had to guess, it could be JJ McCarthy
Yeah.
or it could be Malik Neighbors. I think those are the two guys I'd roll with, and their pick is in as well.
And they tried to trade up too. They failed. That's why they're sticking with their pick right now.
Yeah. I know they wanted Drake May. I know the team wants to move on from Daniel Jones, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. You're going to bring in JJ McCarthy, who's more unpolished, needs a lot more work,
And
and
start from
maybe
scratch.
won't be a good quarterback for 3
Yeah.
years. Like, take Neighbors. You need an Odell type of guy. That's my comp for Neighbors. And he can open up your offense because they just have a bunch of slot receivers and Darius Slayton, and that's it. But nobody who can really scare a defense, and that's what he would do for them.
Well, Tony, would you keep Daniel Jones?
For this year, definitely, I would.
Yeah.
I'm not reaching unless Penix slides to the end of the first round, and then you can trade back in with the Niners or something, or Baltimore, Kansas City. I don't think you reach for McCarthy here. I think McCarthy is better than people give him credit for. He's my number 25 player, but not a guy you take at number 6. You want a guy who's going to be ready or a project that will be really, really fruitful. He, to me, is Alex Smith. Will take him a few years to get right, and then only then is he a fringe top 10 quarterback. So,
There comes
man.
Raj. He's got that envelope. He's walking toward the podium.
My guess is Malik Neighbors here, but I hope he's wrong. I hope teams, for some reason, hate Malik Neighbors and he falls into the 20s and we can trade up for him.
Tony, you're amazing. They picked up Malik.
Malik Neighbors. That's great. That's great. Man,
Tony,
like if I think of a team,
did you put a gold helmet on him?
honestly, I thought about it, but I don't want to put all the top 15, 20 players in there. I wanted to focus on guys that people didn't really know a whole lot about. But
I got your wide receivers mixed up. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
Neighbors was one of those guys.
he should have been. He really should have. He's my favorite player in the draft. I'll say that much. He is.
Okay, he's the yak dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like he is Odell Beckham Jr. That's my comp for him. If he can just get a little bit better at beating press coverage, he will be a top 5 receiver. I think of this class like AJ Green and Julio Jones coming out. AJ Green went first, and that's your Marvin Harrison Jr. Julio Jones, even though they're not the same type of player, it's a similar type of impact he'll have. That's your Malik Neighbors. So, oh
This
man.
coming out doing the giddy already. You know what? He's going to a market that I really feel sorry for young players that are going to. New York City's frightening. Oh my God! If you don't produce, they're going to give you. I mean, baseball, basketball, especially football. The Jets are the joke of the Big Apple. Man, well, maybe not now. I mean, it looks like they're trying to get something done. Let's see what they do this year. But man, that's a rough market.
It is. But if there's a guy who can handle it, it would be him, in my opinion.
Neighbors.
Yeah, I think so. There was a guy in here, Clownman, saying that I'm seeing the picks before Ronbo. I'm actually not. I'm delayed behind him. He's saying it before it's on my screen. So I just put my mock draft in there from yesterday if anyone wants to see that.
Right.
I nailed Neighbors to the Giants. So
Oh, you did.
it's been in my head. I'm not
Good
seeing
call.
the picks. Yeah.
Overall 92, athleticism 85, production. He's got good grades.
Are you watching it on NFL Network or ESPN?
I'm watching NFL Network.
Okay, me too. Yeah, no, he is special. I know there are concerns like, oh, maybe he's a bit too loud. There is a diva element to him, but he's just so special. I don't care.
All wide
That's
receivers
right.
have a diva element. You know what? Even the ones that are low key, they still have it there. They still
Like
believe.
Brandon.
Yeah.
You're right though. You have to have that swagger a little bit, I think.
You do. Because, who's the worst? Antonio Brown's already gone. But, okay, so, God, who's the worst in the game?
AJ Brown
now?
is pretty bad.
Yeah. He doesn't seem so boisterous about it, though. So I'm talking about guys that are having fits on the sidelines. Stephon Diggs could get a little crazy. Yeah.
Diggs, oh yeah, no, Diggs is up there. I think he'd be my number 1
Yeah.
post Antonio Brown
God.
era. Yeah, I can't stand Diggs sometimes because you have a mutant quarterback. You have one of the best defenses in football, and somehow that's not a good enough situation for you.
Mm.
That's what I don't understand. Now, if you're, I don't know, like if you're in Arizona a few years from now, Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't have a quarterback, like Kyler Murray gets hurt and he plays the whole year there, I could understand that, but not Buffalo. That tells you a lot about a person.
And doesn't report into camp on time because he's a little pissed off about the year before. And then you come back this year, and it was you who dropped the pass that would have taken you to the final against Lamar and company. So, and Stephon, I don't know what Dude, you need to focus and stop crying so much. You did get out of control with that.
He was very out of control, and I'm hoping that it gets resolved in Houston. They can be like, dude, it's too much. We love you, but you got to stop. And hopefully he does. Because you can't go to CJ Stroud and now say, I need a better quarterback.
No.
Like,
and also, I tell him, if I'm a coach or anybody else up above, listen, Stefan, you got a young quarterback situation here, right? Do I have to ask you nicely to please lead? All right, I don't want you out there having fits on the sideline. My door's always open. If you got something to say, you come to me after the game, we'll take care of it. But do not go crazy on the sidelines. I need my young quarterback to be able to concentrate and not so much on you being all burnt up on the sidelines. I'd make it so clear to him because I'll tell you, don't make me have to have another talk about this, please.
Yes, I'm with you. I think they can resolve it, but you don't know. You really don't know.
Yeah. Because he's high strung.
At 7 here, it's interesting. In my original mock, I had
Tennessee.
lay them to the Chargers, alt to the Titans. My guess here would be lay them, but it could really be anyone. I don't know. I could see a world where they grab a pass rusher like Dallas Turner, Latu, even Byron Murphy from defensive tackle. They might even opt for Rome Odunze because they don't really have a bona fide star receiver. They signed Calvin Ridley, but he wasn't amazing last year. They could even go corner, Quinyon Mitchell. Those would all be great picks. But if I had to bet on anything, it'd probably be J.C. Latham, just because of what he provides Brian Callahan on the offensive line. Something that he didn't have a whole lot of in Cincinnati. It was plug and play. We'll sign Jonah Williams and re-sign him to guard. We'll get La'el Collins, and he'll play for a year. You want to get that situated now if you're a new head coach. So that's my guess here. What do you
quarterback
think?
in Tennessee, though?
Will Levis.
Oh, I like him, actually. I remember him last year.
Yeah.
And I bet you agree with this. Tony Wright says Malik Neighbors is better than Marvin Harrison Jr. Tony, yeah, I think you agree with that. I thought you said something about that earlier.
He's my number 2 rated player, and he'd be number 1 in half the drafts. But again, Marvin Harrison is my 6th rated player in a deep draft. Like, you can't go wrong. They're both going to be all pros. I just think Neighbors changes offenses the way he plays. Where Marvin Harrison is good old reliable, right? We do have to plan for you because you're so dominant. But Malik Neighbors is like, if one guy's out of position, he's gone for a touchdown. He's going to take that slant 80 yards. So in terms of a game-changing ability, Neighbors is way better. But in terms of just the prospect, they're both really, really good. I love them both.
It's like you look at Joe Burrows. What's going on? The quarterback is going to make a lot of difference as to how good a wide receiver is going to beat you up. So, when you look at Chase Young over in Cincinnati and you look at Joe Burrows, now I look at Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. You mentioned this Levis. Levis looked a little better toward the end of the year than he did at the beginning of the year, as I remember. And now you've given him a decent this is going to be interesting to see how this develops.
Yeah, Levis is interesting. I feel like he's going to be in the Justin Fields camp where he makes incredible throws and he's just good enough to not be traded away. But at a certain point, if you get an offer that you can't refuse, you'll move on from him. But this year at 7, I don't see them taking any of the quarterbacks here for them to be like guaranteed to be better. Yeah. Caleb and Jaden are off the board. So now it's like, okay, JJ McCarthy, Michael Penix, it's not moving the needle enough for me.
Yeah.
I do have a question though from Native Dancer. Who's the next Niner talent equal to Navarro Bowman? I don't know if you are ever going to find another Navarro Bowman. I think Greenlaw is the closest thing that will get to him. But
yeah, there's a parallel. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
There's a little bit, but also at the same time, I don't think Greenlaw is the player Bowman was because he's a borderline Hall of Fame type player. Yeah. If he didn't have the injuries and he was able to play the way he should have,
the ball was going to be. Yeah. Every snap, Bowman knew where the ball was. You remember that? Bowman was always, wherever the running back was going, Bowman was already there.
Yeah.
That used to freak me out. I never all get there in that play that quick. God, he can
Him and
read.
Willis were just sidekick.
J.C. Latham, Tony.
J.C. Latham, yeah. So, I mean, I called that pick like 5 minutes ago. So I hope I'm not in question anymore with any of that.
Tell me, oh, but that's no Jack. And remember, Jack said Malik Davis is better than Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin, this is going to
Yeah.
be interesting because I bet this comparison is being made by fans all over the league as far as Neighbors versus Marvin Harrison tearing up the combine. You can tear up the combine all you want to. Somebody's got to go out and play football. This dude reminds me of Trent Williams.
Exactly. He plays, and another like I feel he's a bit underrated because people are looking for the wrong things. But you look at the development over the last half of the year, and it's like, okay, this dude can play, and he's not as raw as people are saying he is. He has game-changing ability. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with him.
J.C. Latham, yeah, as I say, he reminds me of Trent Williams. If we can pick
I
up
can see that.
a tackle at 31 that actually, oh man, first thing he does is start throwing Roger Goodell around like a rag doll. This dude is powerful, man. Jesus.
Now, the one thing, his feet are not super quick. They're pretty average. And so
Uh-oh.
that's where Trent is different. He has
Yeah.
everything you lay them, and he's more polished coming out, and he can move his feet faster than anyone else on the O line, even the dudes who are 270.
And
he's
how old
over
is he?
3.
God. He's
It's
a
crazy.
freak. Trent is
He is
just
a freak.
absolutely a freak.
If you're looking for a freak in this class, it'd probably be Amarius Mims out of Georgia, but he has the medical red flags, and that's what dropped him down my board for me. But him and Latham are the true, like they have the most potential to be the best rogue graders at tackle in the draft. To me, those are the two I look at to say if I'm a run-heavy team, even though Amarius Mims isn't there yet technically as a or a run blocker, he has the frame and the ability to do it. And those are the two guys I bet on for it.
You mentioned Mims. A lot of people are afraid to death of his experience as far as playing football. I don't know if the 49ers are going to go with Mims if 31, but a lot of talk has been laid on that.
Yeah, with Mims, I don't know if he gets there. That's the one thing I'd say about that. If he's there, you take him. And he's already a natural right tackle. But
Yeah.
I don't know if he falls there. I think a team like the Rams would want to go get him. They want to complete their O-line. They have great guards and a great center, don't really have the tackles. And so I think that's what they wanted to trade up for. I saw a report they want to get into the top 10. I think it was probably for J.C. Latham. But
What are the Rams
gone
going
now.
to trade? I mean, do the Rams have that many draft? Do they have all the draft picks this year?
they'll figure it out. Like, they
They
have
always
enough-
do, don't they?
Yeah, that's what makes them special. They have a great
Yes.
front office.
You know, it's so funny though because I've been wondering why an investigation wasn't launched against the Rams for years. They always kept blue chip players at every position for about a 3-year stretch there, and yet still we got caught for overpaying and penalized. This past year, I said, "What the Jesus Christ?" The Rams were doing things, and nobody would investigated them. And I still question some of the. How do you have all those blue chip players at every position like that, and not be over the cap? And who gets caught? We do.
Exactly. Well, it just speaks to how sound they are.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like, they might have the most gifted accountants like ever in the history of the league. And like you're saying, the fact they didn't make a mistake over all those years is really impressive
It is.
for how much they had to move things around and
have to
restructure. It's incredible.
I mean, they hit the bottom year before last, but they seem to be coming back kind of quickly. You know, in G49, I was doing protect Brock at all costs. Weapons and protection is what I would like to see drafted. We finally have a legit quarterback. Keep surrounding him with talent. And NG49, thanks for that. And I've got to feel the 49ers are way out in front of us on that. They know better than to watch Brock Purdy get steamrolled on every other snap. He's good at elusive movement to get himself out of that. I don't want him running for his life. I want him making plays, and I need to give him 2 seconds, damn it.
I think it's more about intelligence now more than ever than physical ability, because physical ability only gets you so far. And we've seen that with Spencer Burford.
Yeah.
But if he can just get smart players, I don't think you need to take a round one guy. I think, of course, getting Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson, Mason McCormick, Like you're happy with those guys if you take them, late first, early second, but it's not like I don't look at the guys that are just physical freaks and think I need that. You need guys who won't give up the blitz within half a second, right? You want guys who are going to give Brock 2 seconds to throw.
God,
He doesn't need
Bruce.
5. He needs
Yeah.
2.
No, he doesn't. Because our guys are good at running routes, and we don't run deep patterns all the time anyway. He's just got to put that ball at a place where it's supposed to be, and that receiver's supposed to come along and pick that thing off. That's what Kyle Shanahan's offense is all about. Look, and the Falcons are on the clock. Oh, God, what could this
I don't have
possibly
it
be?
yet. I can just show everyone on the screen here. Hasn't
Right.
shown it. I think it's Dallas Turner. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Michael Penix. Whoa. Wow.
And Michael, what is with those sunglasses inside the bright white frames? Hey,
That is.
Tony,
I'm
you must
so
be
happy.
loving it. Michael Penix? Did you see that guy? No, Tony loves Michael Penix. I just realized what school he goes to. He's getting up in
Yeah.
Washington. Tony's wanted this guy the whole time. Penix has been in
I
school for
love
what, 10,
Michael
15
Penix.
years?
And I want to clarify something too. He was 30 on my board purely for the medicals. In terms of quarterback play, he'd be number 3 for me. So this is,
How many years was Michael Penix in school?
I think 6.
Yeah. Michael, if there's any more polished a quarterback, and this comes out of the same mold as Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy spent all 4 years at school, so he's seasoning. In Iowa, it's a good program,
Yes.
and that's why we got was it. Penix should be a monster. He's left-handed. He's a
He is.
left-handed quarterback.
You know what I love about Penix is he operates so well in the pocket. And I don't know how much you can get out of the athletic game because he just didn't play that way at all in college. He would not move and break the pocket. But he's such a gifted athlete, he probably could do that if he was coached into him. But I love this because Kirk Cousins is there and he'll help him find answers versus pressure.
Yeah.
That's the one thing in Penix's game. It's Tua-ish where you're standing in the pocket clean, no issues. You'll throw lasers all over the yard. But if he sees pressure, things get worse. So
And that's when you got to put your head on. That's true. He just made a few plays where he slipped out of the pocket, a la, you know how some quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers wasn't going to run, or he might on occasion, but not very often. Rodgers just step away from the pressure just enough to get that ball off. I'd rather see that kind of quarterback than one that's sprinting all over the field and watching receivers get open that he didn't see.
yeah, exactly. What I like Rodgers is special because he has eyes in the back of his head. He could
Doesn't
be
he?
running to the right and then throws it back to the left. Crazy.
As set the defense up. It works so many times.
Exactly. Let's see here. Chicago at 9. First, I want to respond to something. Congrats with your Falcons drafting Penix. I love Penix. I don't love the Falcons, William. So I'm sorry if that was misconstrued in any way, but Penix is one of my favorite players. I really love him. Now, let's talk about the Bears, Ronbo.
Okay.
Where do you think they could go here? I have a few ideas, but I want to hear from you.
I'm looking for a wide receiver to come in there, but who's left?
So Roma Dunze would be a guy at 9 that you think about. I honestly don't think they need another receiver, though, because you have Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. So really what you're looking for is a number 3, and I don't think you'd want him to be a number 3. I look at defense more than anything. I think they could go O-line, but their O-line's actually really good. My mock draft said Byron Murphy. I could see them going Dallas Turner, Latu as well on the D-line. If not that, then probably one of the tackles go off the board. I think a guy like Talis Fuaga would be the guy that I think for them schematically fits best. But this is another wild card. They have their quarterback. We don't know where they're going to go. There's so many great players available. But my pick would be Byron Murphy. That would be my guess.
What position is Byron?
He's a defensive tackle, and he's getting comps to Aaron Donald, and I'm not quite there. But he is a special player. And I think people overrate smaller defensive tackles. I kind of like that more because you can get under a tackle, a guard, a center's pads because you're so much lower to the ground than them. And if you have the power and the foot drive to move them back, I think it's an advantage. So,
And it depends on what kind of personnel you got, who's running the ball, how your quarterback reacts to how you. Tony, you know what I just realized? Did I read that right? Did you see that? Justin Fields he's a Steeler now.
I kind of like that for them. It's low risk, high reward.
Oh no,
But I
Justin,
don't
that
ever
deal was
think,
done a long time ago. I just realized that's an old deal.
yeah,
Okay.
the Bears are picking here. Let's see what happens. They have Caleb Williams now.
A Dunze.
They really took Roma Dunze. See,
You know what? They're going to give Caleb a million weapons. You can see, Tony, the Bears' defensive line is tough. They got really good going toward last year. Offensive
it's
line,
like a lot of-
as you say, is good. They're just going to stack weapons.
That's scary. Now, like you said, Montez Sweat, like they started to get really good players.
Yeah.
On the interior, it's a whole lot of good, not a lot of great. So I thought that would be a move there that they could do. But Roma Dunze, my comp for him is Keenan Allen. So I think schematically it does make sense for them. I think you can put Rome at the X, and then maybe you throw DJ Moore as a flanker, a Z receiver. And that might be a more natural fit for him to get moving. But if Keenan gets hurt or he retires, now you don't have to worry about him staying healthy. You have a guy who can fit that role perfectly. So I think we'll get away from the run game a lot with the Bears. You'll see a lot of 11 personnel. Like, there's no way they don't now. You just traded for DJ Moore last year, Keenan this year, and now you draft a Dunze in the top 10.
And you got Caleb Williams as your quarterback. Come on. Give him something to work with. And that's what they're doing.
So I honestly, for him, he is my 8th rated player. To me, that's an A pick. I wouldn't quite go A plus, but he's definitely an A pick, and I like that for them. It gives them insurance against Keenan Allen's injury history.
Oh, that's right. Keenan spent a lot of time with the in Los Angeles sitting down, and that's how come they got beat on a few weeks at a time, because they had – how many guys they have sitting down at once? I remember both of their top-ranked wide receivers were sitting down.
Yeah. Whoa. Hold on. The Vikings just traded up one spot. They're taking J.J. McCarthy here. There's no other way. Like, are you really going to roll out Sam Darnold as your quarterback in the room?
They were probably trying to trade up a little earlier. They just now got an opening.
But they didn't need to, because Penix went at 8. So now he's the 5th player off the board now. McCarthy will be. Runs a pro-style offense with Michigan. He made some really nice throws. He really operates over the middle, which I think is a Shanahan thing. Pro-style offense, throws over the middle, scrappy player, very coachable. I think that all lends itself to Kevin O'Connell, who came from McVay's tree. And so that would be the pick here, I would assume. You get to 10, so a team like Las Vegas or New Orleans doesn't jump you right in front of you. Kind of like the Mitchell Trubisky thing, where you trade up one spot just to make sure no one trades up to beat you there.
Yeah, and that's how you doing those kind of things or will come back to haunt you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here you go, diehard 49ers. Like, I meant to ask you about this earlier. I was thinking about this. All right, what about the legacy babies? Now, Jerry Rice's kid, T.O.'s kid, a lot of face palm. I was laughing because there's a lot of people that think just because the bloodline is the same, they're going to bring the same production. Bill out in Texas, I'm telling you right now, they'll go second and third round as diehard 49ers, maybe.
Everyone's going to hate me for this. Brandon Rice is not in my top 150. He's not. And I'll tell you what it is for him.
Who is?
He's just not a good athlete. He's going to live in the slot in the NFL, but he doesn't separate all that well, and he doesn't play to a 6'2 frame. So it's like, what are you going to do with him? He'll be a fine number 3 receiver for a team that uses him right. But he doesn't have the speed, is not the nuanced route runner, isn't physical, doesn't have any yak. Like, what are you doing with this guy? He does everything just kind of okay, and that's about it. Where a guy like, I don't know, I can go into the hundreds here and talk about a receiver. Let's see. Taj Washington, his teammate, is better than him because he just catches everything. He's a magnet, even though he's 5'8".
Yeah.
Let's go to Anaya Smith out of Texas A&M. Elite yak guy. Like, these are guys in the 130s that have elite traits, and he doesn't. So, I don't know. What do you feel about him, Rumbo? I want you
No,
to be honest with me.
I looked at what little film I watched him. I says, well, he looks average. I didn't see anything special. We need to stop believing that just because Jerry Rice had you as a father that you're going to be a great football player. Tariq Owens, his, I don't know. He looks a little better than the Rice kid. So, I don't know. Everybody wants him just because. We can't be taking up roster spots just because.
I agree. I don't care if your dad is Jerry Rice. Give me Jerry Rice, not you.
Yeah, even now.
Crazy. Man.
So, and then you got Frank Gore's kid. Frank's kid is really kind of small. And so.
Yeah, like, I don't know if he gets drafted, but there's a skill set there that I kind of like with him. A lot of, again, pretty good, nothing elite. He's slower for the running back position, but he has good vision. Like, that's one thing I saw. I watched a couple games of him. Good vision. Yeah. He can make a couple moves, but just physically inferior and not great in the passing game. He's fine, just not great. So based on the other guys that will go ahead of him, I don't know if you can justify taking him before round 7. But I kind of like him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's, undrafted number 2 running back for a long time in the league. I could see that.
And the thing is, the 49ers, you don't want to draft one of these kids and then have to cut him. What do you say? Terrell, listen, I know, Tariq ain't gonna cut it. It's not personal. You know that, don't you? You know how the game works. We got to make the best choices. So, I don't want to make that phone call, Tony. I don't want to do it. Just don't bring him in here.
I also think it's bad for them because now they have all these expectations. Oh, my dad played here. Hall of Fame receiver, Hall of Fame running backs.
Pressure.
It's better if we don't take them, in my opinion. Yeah. And they're just all not very good. So.
And then there's that. So, you know what? I think they're going to be picked up by other clubs in the later round, day 3, maybe. If one gets picked up tomorrow,
Brendan Rice could go, even though I wouldn't agree with it. I know there's people who think of him as a top 100 pick. I don't see it at all.
Yeah. We're going to find out. Man. And we're going to say things like, well, good luck to him.
Yeah, good luck. Like, you're probably not making the team, but I wish you luck. That might be too harsh. Maybe I'm too harsh on him. He'll be a good number 4, number 5 receiver.
Cloudman says McCarthy is too clean. He was a pick in the 90s, maybe 20s. Not today. Too many talents. Tony, McCarthy, are they going to pick him up now?
I think it's McCarthy. They need a quarterback. He fits what they'll want to do. And I know there were pre-draft reports about, like, this is their guy. This is who they move up for. Because they can't go into the top 3. None of those teams are moving off of it. But for McCarthy, they would move up. And so I don't think he's pro-ready. You can make him pro-ready enough. You can protect him with the run game, play action while he develops. But, again, he'll be Alex Smith. That's my comp for him. I think the floor is really high, but the ceiling is really low. That's the way I think of it. So, but I do think that's kind of what they want. That's kind of what the Shanahan tree wants, unless you're lucky and Matthew Stafford becomes available. That's genuinely what they look for.
Because I'm saying,
you don't want a Trey Lance situation again, where you go for traits and none of the mental stuff. And so this kid has it. You watch his third down plays.
Yeah,
he's just Brock Purdy-ish in the way that he's just decisive, automatic, makes it happen, magical. That's what you see with him. But again, he's my 25 rated player. You're getting him at a premium here, even though he's not a premium player.
Okay, they're about to call it now.
But I just don't see any way they move up one spot on the board for anyone but a quarterback. Because the tackles are so close together. Why would you trade up one spot for one of them if you could just take the other guy?
And they probably got some inside information that somebody was getting ready to pick the guy up before they did at the next pick.
I have a feeling that New Orleans or Las Vegas would have gone for McCarthy at 10 and traded up there. Vegas wanted Daniels, as we all know, but that didn't happen. I also know that they like Penix, but he went number 8. I didn't think he'd go that early with all the medical red flags, but incredibly happy for him.
What is Vegas going to do now?
I don't. They'll probably trade back and maybe I don't know because I
Yeah, you're
think
right. You're right.
that was just one of the easiest shots to take because I don't know if I'll get another pick right the rest of the night because the board is shifting so crazy.
JJ's on his way to. He's on his way to Minnie.
I'm happy for him. Like I really like the guy. I really do. The
Okay.
demeanor. It just sucks that physically he's not the most gifted guy and he's a raw, mentally between the ears. But like I hate this graphic they have. Winner, efficient, Alex Smith. So I think they see it eye to eye
Oh,
here.
yeah, like
If
you mentioned
winner
that.
is the first thing that is showing up on your resume, I don't like that.
Yeah, because that says a lot of things. Because we don't know what kind of program he came out. I mean, what was this?
Came out
You're
of
going
one
to
of the
Michigan.
best.
I mean, if you're going to Michigan, I mean, there's not a lot of work you got to do.
Mhm.
'Cause I just,
Exactly.
ah,
But I will say you're watching some of these tight window throws. He's
yeah.
surgical to the middle. And it helps that
Okay.
you have Roman Wilson, who's incredible, but he made those throws.
Question about Luke McCaffrey, Tony.
Yeah.
You're feeling on Luke.
Yeah, I like Luke a lot. I think he's better than Brendan Rice for sure. Let me see where I have him here. 141 is my rank on him. A true early fifth round grade. To me, I think there's more to be developed with him. I still think he's a little bit raw. He has like the third tier speed that we talked about with Kyrie Jackson, maybe a fourth tier speed, but he's fast enough. He'll break tackles. He's really gritty in the run game. I really love him. He's a guy to me where he can be a big slot and replace Jawan Jennings. That would be the role I have for him.
Ooh,
And
ooh.
Jennings is gone after this year. Technically, he's not under
I,
contract.
the thought of that brings on anxieties, Tony. I want Javon Jennings to be a 49er for a while, and I don't know how in
Yeah,
the world they're going to keep him. He's gonna demand a big price next year too. What is this comparison to Stroud? Are you serious, Tony? What's the matter with
that's
that?
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Like McCarthy is one speed everything. CJ
Oh,
Stroud is like placement, accuracy,
amazing.
eyes closed behind his back. Just he's not
And
CJ
instinctively,
Stroud. That's ridiculous.
oh,
Man. But Alex Smith, the one that they showed beforehand, I like that comp a lot better. That's my comp
yeah,
for him. With the Jets at 11 here, they have to go O-line. Like Brock Bowers is in play. I
badly.
get it. It's flashy. He's my top player on the board. But like who's going to protect Aaron? That's how he got hurt last year,
Yep.
right? So for
Opening
me,
play.
oh yeah, like literally the first drive he's out for the year, and now Zach Wilson's your quarterback again. After you flirted with trading with him and you benched him twice, it was just dysfunctional. But I will say, you get that guard, you get that tackle, you're good. So I think here the pick.
You know
If
what's
I
going to
were
be,
picking
Tony? It's going
Troy
to be your
Falcon,
guy.
it could be Graham Barton. Actually, I
Yeah,
would love that pick for them.
I
But I
would bet.
think if you go Fautanu, I think out of him, Barton, and Fuaga, he has the best chance to be an all-pro tackle. He gives you more flexibility there because they have Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith, but they're both old and injury-prone. So getting a guy like Fautanu, you throw him into guard for now, and your plan is to move him out to tackle eventually. That would be my guess here. I could see them going Barton. I would love that, but the issue is they already have a good center in Joe Tittman. Um, and so with that, Barton is
Who
more
are
of
the
a center than a
tackles in New
guard.
York, though? Yeah.
The tackles are Tyron Smith, Morgan Moses, and then their guards, it's just Elijah Vera Tucker right now. And I forgot who their right guard is. I think Greg Van Roten or something, but
See,
replaceable.
Tony, Graham's on his way to New York.
Hmm.
Okay, well,
Is the
is Graham?
pick
Is he? He's a center. Okay, he's the best
Yeah, but he
interior line.
can play
Can he
outside.
play guard? Usually centers can play guard.
He can play, but it's not like the guard tackle thing that you have with a lot of
Okay.
people. He's more center primarily. That's kind of where I want him. But he played
Okay.
left tackle at Duke. I just
Everyone,
don't know if the arm length scares people.
yeah,
That's why I have him more as a center.
here it comes.
I could see him going here. I think it's Fautanu, but we'll see. They're picking right now.
I
Oh,
forgot about this. Fashanu. I forgot about him. And I remember I wanted him for the 49ers. I said,
now
is this
let
guy
me,
Penn State?
Ronbo. He's a great player. I don't know if he fits the Jets unless they're moving to a more pass-heavy scheme here.
He's a good
He's
protector,
not
but
winning in the run game.
okay,
He
never
might
mind
be
then.
one of the best pass protectors in the draft. Like they're talking about here, his anchor, his feet are so smooth and he's so quick in that
I'm
way.
noticing that in the film.
He's great there.
Oh yeah, he
Like
can
he is a
dance. My
top 5
God.
pick if you want pass protector. But there's a lot to be desired in the run game. There really is. He gets off balance a lot in the run game. I don't know if he finishes guys. It's like Joe Alt a little bit, but way more to the effect of I'm just going to hold you up and hope that you don't get by me. I'm not finishing with you. He's a guy where if you want to throw the ball 40 times with Aaron Rodgers, that might be your guy over Falconu, who's more of a project.
That's what they want to do. They want
Yeah.
Aaron to be able to sit back and peacefully be able to throw out of that pocket without getting his legs wrapped around his neck. So yeah, that makes sense.
So he's your guy. He's not going to start day one, though, because you have Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Unless you move him to right tackle, though I want him to be a left tackle. This is your for the future play. But again, does that make sense with Aaron only being there for another year or two?
I was about to ask you that.
So it's weird. Oh, it's a weird pick unless they intend to sit Morgan Moses or Tyron Smith. But how likely
or
is
save
that?
money by cutting him. No, you can't do that with an offensive lineman and
They
put
just
a
signed
new.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you wouldn't do that
doesn't
anyway.
happen. And even then, even if they felt like they could, the way players would see you is different. Like, oh, you just signed him and you're cutting him 5 months later. I don't want to
No,
go there.
I didn't realize they did that. No, he's not getting cut.
Who the Broncos at 12? I'm gonna go out on a limb, Ronbo. I'm gonna say it's Bo Nix here at 12.
Bo Nix.
Bo
I thought
Nix.
Wait, no, that's not the quarterback.
I think that's where they're going.
No,
Quarterback.
I thought Nix just got picked up. Wait, who
There
did the
was a
Falcons pick up?
They got Penix.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, similar last
Tony,
name.
there's another guy Tony loves, Bo Nix. He's another guy with lots of experience. How long has he been in school?
I think the same amount of time as Penix. I think 5 years. I think, but he was at Auburn before, as
Okay.
you know.
Because things have changed. I didn't know you remain eligible after that many years. So when I hear about these guys doing more than 4 and 5 years, I was like, what? How did you get away with that?
Well, the COVID year, you could play the whole year, and then they still let you keep the eligibility. So we'll see some guys who are 6-year players, like Frank Crum, who we talked about on Sunday, the tackle from Wyoming. He's one of those guys because you redshirt your freshman year, and then you have the COVID year. So you get 6 years of eligibility.
Yes, the COVID
Quite
year.
weird.
Read about that, yeah. Well, that's not going to happen again. But you know what? That COVID year is useless too because you weren't playing. So,
Yeah, you were playing a little bit, but it wasn't the same. It really wasn't. So,
Die Hard
but
brings
yeah.
up a good point here. Offensive line tackles will be gone. Long gone. Unless the 49ers. Tony, I get a feeling, though, nobody wants to see the 49ers get better. I'm thinking the 49ers are working the phones to the point the phone is they're having to keep a fire extinguisher in the room to keep putting those flames out on the phones. They're not getting any love. I got a feeling that's what's going on. Or they're asking for the 49ers firstborn. Yeah, I'll take Aiyuk, but listen, I'm going to need a first round for next year, and I'm going to need something else. What, dude? I just called you to make a deal. I didn't call to start a fight.
Yeah.
You want Aiyuk or what?
We see that with Mike LaFleur. He'll never trade with the Niners, especially for Aaron Rodgers, because he knows they have that team. I give him that guy. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. But also, like you said, there will be a run on tackles. I expect teams to move up to get their guy because let me look at my board here. After Amarius Mims at 23, right, the next tackle for me is Kingsley Suamataia at 45. And I don't even know if I want to take him at 45 because he's a real project. So, after Mims goes, it's not looking good, so teams will move up. And then you have the fringe guys like Faltanu, Fuaga, and Barton, where they're going to go early too. So we might see all those guys off the board by 20. I think that's possible. Fuaga, Faltanu, Barton, and Mims.
The Oregon guys. The Washington. Because what's the monster in Washington? There's two. There's two up in the
Washington. There's Roger Rosengarten too.
He's another one. That's the 49ers actually had a visit with him. But who's the Polynesian boys? There's two in that area.
There's Kingsley Suamatea. I know
That's
he's
yeah.
one.
Who's the other one?
Let me see here. I'm looking down my board. I think Fuaga is the other one you're thinking about.
Fuago. That's who I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
He hasn't been picked yet,
but
Tony. Interesting.
he's gonna go fast.
Probably within the next couple of minutes, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Like I could see. I think New Orleans was the team I had in mock too. Let me double check here. Because that makes a lot of sense for them. They don't have an offensive line right now, and their
Oh.
defense is actually pretty good.
Then they gotta get him.
I agree. So
And they're sweating bullets now, wondering how come those guys are still left on the board. If Fashanu went ahead of those guys, what does that tell you? Well, you know what? The Jets, they got, okay, like you're saying, Fashanu is great for protection the passer. And maybe the kids
maybe the
in
best in the
Washington.
draft, I would say.
Yeah, so the kids in Washington are probably good for both running and passing, but not necessarily real great at protection. Okay, but
But I
this is
don't
big.
think you need him because you'll have Brees Hall, but Aaron Rodgers is so good, he'll open up the run game anyway because you're so
Yeah.
scared of him. So yeah, I'm not in love with the pick, and I also have other guys like Fautanu and Fuaga above him. But I
Yeah.
still think for what you're looking for, it makes a whole lot of sense. So I can't be upset with it. But here come the Broncos. Again, I think it's Bo Nix here, but I could see it really being anyone. I could see it being Dallas Turner, even one of the guards or Graham Barton. But let's see here.
Yeah, Tony.
Bo Nix.
Hey, Tony, I think you've only missed once. That's amazing.
This is
Hey,
great.
And boss in the chat says, I'm glad BA or Debo didn't get traded. They're proven. Boss, I agree. I don't want to see him go. I just thought the 49ers were going to try to do
Honestly,
something here.
Debo, I think I do want to leave. Just
Okay.
because having him, you
Whoa, that
think you have so
pass.
much versatility, but you're really handicapped in that versatility. It's not true versatility. It's, line him up in the slot or line him up as a running back. But it's not Malik Neighbors where he could literally be anywhere on the field and he's a threat to really make them think about it. Debo, like you see with Kyle, he'll get locked into feeding Debo and he forgets about everybody else.
And you know what's really funny? Defenses got hip to that. They pretty much knew the formation that Debo was going to be in before he got the ball. It seems like they were waiting for him coming around those edges.
Yes.
On so many times, Debo got stopped immediately at the line of scrimmage. I said, Kyle, you got to change that concept. Why is he getting stopped immediately after getting the ball? It's just that they knew the play was coming. Oh, man.
You make great points, Ronbo. This is why I love being here. I love doing this with you.
Tony, you know what? I can't wait to get you in. I thought about this. We haven't talked in a while before this time. I said,
Yeah.
let me get Tony, see what he's doing, because I thought you might have been locked in on something else. But no, Tony loves football. I know he's going to be ready to call you up. Got contact with Tony. There he was.
And
Man.
I honestly thought in January, February, I wouldn't be doing any football at all, but you just love it so much, you can't help but come back.
I know, man. It left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, Tony. There was no way in hell the 49ers were supposed to lose that Super Bowl. That was ridiculous. They had the game under control the entire four quarters. Niners, why did you find a way? You found an impossible way to lose a game to a Chiefs squad that is diluted, they're watered down, they're nowhere near what they were the 2 years before, and you still let them off the hook. Oh, and now people are talking about Patrick Mahomes like he's the greatest quarterback in football history, and you got Kelsey running around. Oh, God, I'm getting all worked up again. As bad as I was that day. Damn it. That was
Man,
there.
Kelsey was frustrated at halftime. Like, he
I
was
know,
literally
right?
pushing his coach, and we still let them win. But
You know
That's-
what, though? In defense of that, I just realized I do have to remember one thing. If Dre doesn't get hurt, Kelsey was contained the entire
Yeah.
first half. He was so frustrated, he went and beat up on poor
Absolutely.
Andy. I'm telling you, man, we don't have another Dre Greenlaw. And we don't, Tony, boy, if we don't, oh, man. If we don't have Dre, what are we going to do? Now I'm worried about that.
I agree. That's why we need to find somebody. Campbell's not Dre Greenlaw. That's why I think Trevin Wallace is such a great player for the Niners. Because if you don't re-sign him after this year, well, now you have a project that you've hope can be that guy and has the physical tools to.
Well, he's had a
So
year to train, so
yeah,
I like guys that are at least a year in the system. They weren't preparing for the draft or anything like that. Instead of this offseason, they're working out and doing things that they need to be doing.
yeah.
So maybe they're going to be a little better. Drake looked a lot better in his second year than he did his first year. These things, they're supposed to evolve.
But he's
Okay.
still not great. I think the pick here, if I had to choose, is Quinion Mitchell, top-rated defender on the board. I don't think they take Brock Bowers. They already have Michael Mayer. They
Yeah.
could go O-line. The defense, they have the edges and Christian Wilkins, so I don't see them going there. But they could.
Here you go, Tony. Brock Bowers.
They took wow.
Tony, wasn't that your
So-
guy? No, you picked out another guy. We're going to convert him into a tight end.
Johnny Wilson is my gold helmet guy, but Brock Bowers is my fourth-rated prospect in the draft. And I love the comp here they have. He is George Kittle. In every way you can think of it. That's who he is.
I'm watching him run. He can move.
I think he has better hands, though, than Kittle. Watch him catch these things. He uses his hands. He's not body catching it. So
And nobody's bringing him down with a first tackle either.
exactly.
Oh, he does remind me of George.
Like kind of looking at them too, similar build.
Yeah.
But I love that for them because
And
now
they
you
run
can
the
run two
same.
tight end sets. Like honestly, this made more sense because you have Antonio Pierce wants to pound the rock every single play. You get two great tight ends at doing that, Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers, right? Incredible run blockers. And then you can run your two receivers with Devontae and Jacoby Myers. There might not be a better 20 or 12 personnel in the league after watching this. They are
Raiders-
special.
Hey, but the Raiders need a quarterback. The kid that got over there now, I don't think he's all that special.
He's not, but you could see them take Spencer Rattler in round 2. I think that could happen. I think that's real.
Aiden O'Connell, yeah. And Devontae's got to be saying, you know what, you guys can use me for it. You get yourself up to second or third pick in the draft, Devontae just wants out of Raiderville anyway. All-Star Luna. Yeah, hey, Tony, Casey had Swift and the rest behind him.
Hey, the reason why in years past I probably would have been like, oh yeah, I'm with you there. We made mistakes and it was still incredibly close.
Yes.
Like we can point to them, but there were so many plays in that game. Burford doesn't whiff the block. Purdy reads Aiyuk before Jennings. Like we win the game. So that might be a factor, Luna. I don't discount that. I don't at all. And I think you might have a point. But we were able to win that game and we simply didn't.
Yeah. And Kyle gets all the blame. But you know what? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of blame to be laid around on that one.
Definitely.
Man, just don't.
It's everybody.
It's hard to get to that Super Bowl. And if you have a chance to win it, then damn it, would you win it? Spicer says, are we going to trade up or what? Spicer
I don't
says,
think so.
It looks slim chances now, don't it?
Like the next team that would make sense would be Jacksonville and then Pittsburgh. And then after that, it makes no sense. But even then, what they're offering to me is not enough unless it's Debo and not Aiyuk. Like I give Debo 31 and maybe like 124 to move up to 17. I would do that because you can get a Javon Baker in round 2 and Xavier Legette in round 2. But you can get Graham Barton at 17. I'd trade him for Debo. I would. For the reasons we talked about.
Because Jake Brindle is not making me crazy. I'll take him.
I hate Jake Brindle.
I know
He's the
Jake's-
epitome of what we talked about, like below average, but you keep him because the
don't have
price to
anything
get
else.
a guy who's worth more is just not worth it.
And if you can draft one, you know what? He's not going to be there at 31. But if Graham is there at 31, this just may be what happens, Tony. I would bet on that, actually. 31 is not too early to take it up.
What's up?
Yeah, I think at 31 is not too early to pick up an offensive lineman.
The thing is, like, I think in terms of tackles, there's a drop-off from Amarius Mims to the rest. But late round 2, there's still great players that I would think would be good picks there. Roger Rosengarten, Kieran Amagaji out of Yale, and then a guy that a lot of people know, Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. So those are 3 guys at 63 where I say, okay, I will take them, but not trade back out of the first to like 38 and take them. That'd be too early.
I'm thinking, though, Tony, the 49ers, if they don't see anything they like, and Kyle was very adamant about the fact that he didn't see anything offensive linemen worthy of being picked up last year, so they didn't trade up in the first round. I almost can see, in about 5 picks from now, I can see the 49ers considering moving down in the draft out of day one.
I could definitely see it, but we also know Kyle's aggressive. He might move up if there's a guy he likes. And from what I've charted here, I have 24 first rounders, as you know, but 3 second-round picks in my evaluation have already gone off the board, meaning all the good players I like are going to keep sliding. So if you do move up, well, it's like, okay, maybe we could have gotten this tier of player at 31. Maybe not the exact guy we want, but the tier of guy would be similar. So they'd have to move up for a Barton at 18 or 19 for me to feel like a trade-up is worth it.
The kid we were just talking about, that the tight end that just grabbed, Modesto Jack said he's too brittle to be a Kittle. You know one thing about George Kittle? What people don't understand and don't appreciate enough, George Kittle played with a flat jacket in his first or second season. Yeah, I think it was his first season. And George Kittle's played with bones. His shoulder, I don't know if he's not getting surgery repaired this year. George Kittle is the definition of a Marine. The guy is not going to stop. He just keeps coming. George Kittle could be hurt, and I'm sure he's really hurt all the time and still make plays. So, yeah, George Kittle needs more love than he gets. My God.
You also see him coming out of college. He's like a thin stick, or I guess going into college. He's like skin and bones. So I have more respect for him than anybody, really. Because not only did he fill out the frame and become so good at something that nobody thought he could, but he stays on the field even when he's hurt.
Even when he's hurt, and still gives you good production. And they have to actually hold him down. Sometimes he's hurt and he wants to go back in the game. And they got to go contain him. George Kittle benched. You mentioned a small guy. George Kittle joined the 400 bench club 2 years ago, 3 seasons back. He filmed it up. I said, George, you worked hard at that, Jack. The 400 club is hard to enter. And there you go. Whoa. So, was it? What? There's another observation here was made. I spins. We need defensive linemen. Tony.
Yes.
You mentioned it earlier a little while ago too. Are you going to go defensive lineman? If we do, stick at 31. Do not trade up, and because the 49ers do love defensive linemen, we can always use another defensive lineman. Because Drake, from last year, edge rusher is still something. You mentioned the guys we have now that could set the edge. But we still need a fiend coming off that edge.
Darius Robinson, that's the guy, and I've continued to talk about him.
That's
he
right.
can play the edge on rundowns.
That's right.
Yeah, we did
19.
talk about him.
Right.
19.
Yep.
He's 19 for a reason. Elite run defender with the ability to grow into a 10 to 12 sack guy per year by year 3. That's what I see from him. If there's anyone they take, I think it has to be him at 31. I don't think. Like, Johnny Newton, I love him, but he's not going to be your run defense guy. I think of him more like a Javon Hargrave, where you're going to get the pass rushing, not quite the run defending. And then if you reach for a guy, I don't know. Let's see here through the list. Like, Rook Orororo from Clemson, very awesome name. But you take him at 31.
I enjoyed hearing you say it. You went through every last one of those vowels and consonants and didn't skip a beat. Go ahead.
Yeah, like you take him with that incredible name, it'd be awesome to see as a first-round pick. But he's a great run defender, not a first-round pick. So the only guy I really consider taking at 31 for run defense is Darius Robinson. Now, if you want to go pass rush, that's where you get the Johnny Newtons on the board. You get the Jared Verses, who'll probably be gone by 31. And then, of course, Johnny Newton and Chop Robinson was the other guy who'd be viable at that spot. I think.
Tony, can they replace anybody that's on the roster right now, though? You think?
They can't replace. Like, replacing would need to be.
I mean, can they? I mean, because if any of those guys go down, because you don't know how guys go down. If any of those guys go down, can they come in and get on the field and never get pulled off again? I want to see that,
Yeah.
Because Drake Jackson really hurt my feelings. I thought he was going to be better.
Saints are coming up here. I think it'll be Puaga, but we'll see.
Tony, you're batting about you've got to be batting at least 900 right now.
I'm nailing this draft. And
I mean, it's crazy.
And these were picks I made yesterday on my mock too. So
yeah,
I feel like I have a good understanding of the draft this year.
Powerful, nasty, balance. I love it.
Yeah, I think Chris Sims said it. Quentin Nelson is what he could be at guard. I definitely see that potential. Like, the dude is nasty. Just watch some of these blocks.
Is he 75?
Yeah.
Oh, the guy's down. And he took a... Oh, I love it. I love it.
I love it. And he had
like
a
you're
great
saying,
Senior Bowl,
you're
too.
down, you're going to stay down, bro. Bam! Down in the dirt with him.
See, that's what I love. That's why he's my 11th rated player in the draft. Because of that. Like, you can't teach that. You just have to come with it.
You just got to be an animal. You either are or you ain't.
It's so tough, Ronbo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Out.
I'm just looking at his family and big guys breaking into tears. That's going to be awesome.
It sucks because all of these offensive linemen, I want to put them in my gold helmet list, but I thought, okay, I need to keep it to one or two. I can't flood the list with these guys.
Yeah, because you know it's going to be hard. Fuaga's left. Oh, no. Oh, Fuaga's just the guy who just left. There's another guy up in the Washington State area. 6'5", 325. Oh, damn. 40-yard dash ain't slow either.
He's a guy in 4 years, 5 years when his contract is up. I just want the Niners to throw as much money at him as they can.
Because he'll be polished by then too.
Yes. So, yeah. Him and Faltanu are a bit more raw, but they have everything you look for, all the traits, and they're good enough now to where you can start them.
See? And if they work, people are still praying for Aiyuk not to be traded.
I don't want him to go. Like, who else on the team is doing what he does? You can replace Debo Samuel in this draft with Corley in round 3, maybe late round 2. Malik Washington, round 3 or 4. You can't replace Brandon Aiyuk right now. You need a high pick to do that.
We need
Javon Baker would be the latest you could find a guy that might get there, but he's not there yet. So can't trade Aiyuk. You can't.
And I'm as much as I love Debo, the fact of the matter is, you don't actually need Debo and CMC. You really don't.
I just saw something in the chat. I will answer what you said. He's saying that Aiyuk went to the Bengals. He's definitely lying. I don't think he did.
Or else that information would have been out there by now. Oh, Clown Man, again, repeat. By the way, we will be behind you. We got 2 lags going on. I got 2 lags going on with Facebook, with YouTube and the NFL Network. So, yeah, we're going to be behind you, Clown Man. Yeah.
Let me see here. If I look up Brandon Aiyuk, I know this is probably what that guy wants. Yeah, nothing.
I don't know if the 49ers would accept this late in 15. What is the lowest you think the 49ers would go, Tony, as far as an Aiyuk trade? I think the value has already been passed. So if they're going to get anything from anybody, it's going to be Debo at maybe 16 or 17, but they're not. In about 5 picks, it's over. They're both going to continue to be 49ers.
Like, the way I look at it, he's more valuable to the team than he is to the rest of the league. So,
exactly.
Yeah, he's worth a late first-round pick to everyone in the league, but to us, it's like, no, it needs to be top 10.
Exactly.
Like 10, 11, 12. So
we're already 5
that's why he won't
late.
get moved.
Yeah.
And also, they should have paid him months ago when he was still, 27, 28, 29 million a year. And now he's going to be 35.
See, that's... Yeah.
There's just certain guys. I know he's not like Nick Bosa, that level of elite, but you still have to keep him.
Yeah. Especially since you raised him. I always feel like if you raise a player to the level you've gotten him, wasn't that the objective in the first place? To get a player in here cheap and raise him as your own and get him to know the system and everything and try to keep him. But the bad thing about it is, Tony, our program is so good. And I know other teams say, oh, man, don't rub yourself. I'm saying the 49 program is so good that we've had so many guys go to the Pro Bowl and we've had so many guys come up and have to be paid. How many elite players we got that we've raised ourselves? Man, the list is big. Yeah. So, yeah.
Bigger than a page for sure.
Oh,
Tons of homegrown.
So, and that's how you're supposed to do it. That's why we're not the Rams. And that's why we did not fall off a cliff suddenly. The Rams went out and got a bunch of mercenaries, and mission accomplished. Okay, I give them that. But now it's going to be, you have to do it like everybody else. You have to get some draft picks and see how it works. They're still going to be aggressive, and as soon as they get the money, they are where I do give them an edge over the 49ers. If they see somebody they know that can put them over the edge, they'll go get them. Whereas the 49ers might hesitate. Kyle didn't even want CMC, Tony. He didn't want him. He didn't want to pay the money.
I'm glad we got him, though.
I am too. Real glad. I just hope he could stand up another year and play the entire season like he did this last year.
Me too.
But, yeah.
So at 15 here, the Colts, they make no sense to me. I could see them trading back. Their offensive line is awesome. So you're not going to take one of those guys, I assume. Your defensive line, I think this is where Dallas Turner or Latu go right here. Because Kwity Paye's good, not great. Samson Ebukam is your opposite starting pass rusher. So if I had to think Chris Ballard 4-3, I would think it's probably going to be what's his name? Dallas Turner. That'd be my guess. But he's a project. For a guy who's as talented as he was, I feel he should be better than he is right now, but he's still incredible. I don't know. You might know this, what Ballard's history with injury-ridden players is. I don't know if it's deep. I think he likes the consistent guys.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the worst injury it seems they've had is that running back. The last couple of seasons, of which they didn't want to pay, and then they finally got around to it.
They kind of had to because they had no other choices. They saw how bad the others were. But let's see here. The Colts.
Here you go, Tony.
They have to.
Tell you.
See, I didn't know. Like, I genuinely think there's a world where Latu is the number one guy. And I think he is on a lot of people's boards. But my issue with him is he medically retired and he got cleared to play again. So that scares me a little bit. Especially when it's with your neck back area.
And at his position?
Yes. Like Jalen Phillips, for example, was the same. Like, that's my comp for him. Literally everything from the medical history to the player he is. They're very similar, but Jalen Phillips has not seen the field as much as they wanted him to. And on top of that, he had to medically retire. And there's always in the back of your mind, this could be the last play I ever play. So props to him. And I think right now he's the most pro-ready edge in the draft.
Well, the thing is,
so I think that's a great pick for them. You're not running out there with Ebukam as your number 2.
Yeah, and they need it. Because, you look at Patrick Surtain, it was questionable as to whether he'd have a career behind a back issue. There's also there's these players that come into the league. Why is it our guy comes in? Javon Kinlaw comes in, and it was well known that his knee was going to explode on him at some point, and it did in the 3 years he was with us. I thought it'd be longer than that. I remember Papa Dragon said he'd never get a second contract due to that injury or due to that problem, and he was right. So, you got to be careful about getting guys that are bent up. And if this guy's retired medically and came back, they may have a problem there. Defensive edge, man, it's rough enough on a healthy guy, let alone one that's got issues.
It's just tough because he's such a special player, top 10 pick in any draft where he doesn't have that issue. So
it's so sad. Well, wish him luck.
I do too. I really like the guy, and he has great character. You can even see that just from the fact that he came back and became better after the fact too. So I'm rooting for him. I really am.
What can you do with a back problem to alleviate that to the point where it's safe to go out and play?
I don't know. I'm not a medical professional, so I couldn't tell you, but it just seems like a rare circumstance for that to happen.
I know also with back issues, if you put on too much weight, they'll flare up. So he's at 259. He needs to gain about 10 pounds.
Definitely. And if that happens, is he going to lose some of the burst that you like from him? So that's why it's so tough. Like Drake Jackson had to lose weight he didn't get that burst back. And that
Yeah.
that was the shocking thing for me. But with this guy, it could be the opposite where you bulk up and then you actually lose some of your burst. So we'll see what happens with him, but
Yeah,
happy
and
for the
that's usually
player.
naturally what happens. Well, yeah. Oh,
Now at 16, we have Seattle.
uh-oh.
I
Your
think
favorite
this is
team,
where
Tony.
Graham
They're
Barton.
going to pick somebody you want. You know that. They're going to
I
get
think
the
it's
interior
Graham Barton.
offensive lineman.
Yeah, no, it's bad. Like they could go Faltanu. I don't know if they will. I think Graham Barton is more of the safe pick, and he can play all five positions. Faltanu can as well, but if you're looking for the interior guy, Graham Barton fits that bill a little bit more, in my opinion. So let me look at their depth chart for a second here.
Quinn and Mitchell is still on the. If we're concerned about them building
Yeah.
their second Legion of Boom, could they go for a corner?
Now, I talked about this earlier about okay, where could he go? If you have Woolen, Mitchell, and Witherspoon as your three, guys are never getting off the line of scrimmage. They're just not. And you'll never get by them either. That would be probably the best corner duo I've ever seen in my lifetime out of the Aqib Talib, Darrell Revis, Devin McCourty era with the Patriots. Like, that would be insane. You get the top rated corner back to back years and Woolen, who's amazing in the Seattle three. So,
Woolen, he had a moment last year when he was really getting on the coach's nerves. Remember, Carroll made him come and sit down uh,
yeah.
for a few minutes when we were playing us, and I was trying to figure out, isn't that the highly praised corner? He's being disciplined. What did he
Yes.
do? He took a play off or did something. I can't imagine what in the world possessed him to think that he wasn't going to get reprimanded for that. So,
Exactly.
that's. But you know what? He is fast, and yeah, he's the kind of guy that you can actually at some point maybe put him on an island because he did look good when was watching him closely.
Yeah, he's for Seattle three, he's really, really good. Fits that mold perfectly. But like we talked about with Quinyon Mitchell, like the dude can play everywhere. He's not scheme specific. If anything, you can create your scheme around him. That's what makes him so great. So, but yeah, I don't know if they do that here. I think Graham Barton would be the safe pick. For what they need, it makes a lot of sense. That's kind of where my head's at right now. But if you think Quinyon could go, I think that's definitely, definitely
Good move
viable.
on their part. They could go offense too, Tony, but this coach is really defensive minded, from what I understand.
That's true.
So he's
Or maybe
probably
they take Dallas Turner. That would be scary if they took Dallas Turner. I need to look at their depth chart here just to see what edges they have. I know it's Nwosu and Boye Mafe from what I remember last, but things might have changed.
ah yeah.
Yeah, so it's those two, and they drafted Derek Hall last year. But a new regime again, they could say, I don't like any of these guys. Give me Dallas Turner. On the interior, they're really good, like exceptionally good in the interior.
Mm,
Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, and Draymond Jones. So I don't know. Like it's too early to take a safety.
yeah,
I think it has to be offense here.
yeah.
Just looking at the roster.
Running, they're not taking a running back. Wide receiver. Are there any left?
Like
They've got a number of wide receivers, though. I don't know what they need another wide receiver.
DK, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. I don't think you take a
Yeah, they don't
first
need a
round
wide
receiver.
receiver. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it's just
gonna
so
be somebody in the
tough.
trenches, offensive or defensive lineman.
I think it has to be O line. Just looking at what they have right now. Um, Olu, Watimi, never heard of him before. That's their center. They signed Lakin Tomlinson, but like I said before, he's another one of those guys at this point in his career where you have
He-
him and he's average because he's
yeah,
cheap and you keep him. But if you
yeah,
upgrade him, you can.
yeah.
Um,
Lincoln fell down badly last year. That's why they got rid of him. So his time may be up, or maybe
their
he
roster,
may have an injury too. He was pretty. God, I can't believe he's that bad.
I
I
think he
didn't
might
watch
have
him
been
though.
injured, but he was really bad. Now, the pick is in. their team is a whole lot of good, not a lot of great. So if you take Quinion here, like you create a great part of your team, your secondary that you can build around. So, Rombo, this
Tony,
is interesting. Oh, I just thought about something. This could be where Cooper DeJean goes
uh,
because you can
here's your
play him at
fair.
safety.
Your fair assessments are always. Geno Smith. Do you feel confident when we play against the Hawks that Geno's going to be the reason why we beat him?
I no, not at all. He's not
You,
going to
th-
be the reason.
you think he's capable? Because they're going to be a
He's not
problem.
going to win you or lose you the game.
Yeah.
That's the way I think.
I think, you know what? In a conversation where if you had to make a pick a side, you just got yourself right out of that one.
Yeah,
Geno's not going to be the reason win or lose. Yeah, what?
just
How many?
is there.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
I think it's Cooper DeJean here. The more that I think about it, it's the only guy they could take right now that would make sense for the players they have.
God, looking at that green and blue, it's nauseating. I just flashing around the stage. That's disgusting. God, I hate that team. Oh, all those years of torment and torture, Tony. Every time we played Seattle,
Yeah.
we could circle on the calendar. Oh, that's a loss, and that's a loss. Russell Wilson ain't there now.
Yeah, I'm happy. All those years, even 2014, you still felt like you were going to lose. 2013, when we made the NFC Championship, you felt like you were going to lose.
I know.
So I'm happy that nightmare's over. I really am.
We did, and also the years before that, they still managed. We never beat them in Seattle until, my God, whew, man, it was just rough. A decade. God,
It
that
was
was
a
awful.
decade, but now we're out of it, and I'm so happy. I was able to see the playoff game when Purdy was his rookie year, and I got
Yeah.
club seats for like $200 because it was raining that day,
All
and
right.
it was awesome. But I saw them tear them up, and that's when I knew this era
So
is
it's over. We're starting a new one now, man.
exactly. So okay, cool.
Here's the pick.
I think it's Cooper DeJean here. That's my gut feeling. Nothing I would have ever thought to mock here, but let's see
right.
who it is.
Here it comes.
Byron
You know
Murphy.
what? They
Wow.
did go. They did go defense.
Now
Byron Murphy.
looking at who they have, I'm surprised because they have dudes, but Byron Murphy, like he's so special. He could turn out becoming the closest thing to Aaron Donald that we could see.
Oh, he looks like they look built the same. How tall
They
is this
are.
guy? He's 6 foot, 300 pounds. Well, he looks like it. He didn't look fat either. Oh,
No, he's like short.
look at him bringing this
stocky,
dude down.
built. See, I'm
Who-
scared.
See,
I'm scared.
okay, we don't have an offensive line to stop
You're
that
really
kind of
gonna
mania.
throw Jake Brendel out there to block this guy one-on-one?
No,
Like,
you can,
oh,
but he's going to be meat.
what I love about him, Rombo, his feet never stop moving. And it's something I talked about earlier, where you get your hands up under the center, but they can stonewall you. But he's moving his feet to where that's not possible. You're either going forward or backwards, and it's never backwards. He's always going forward.
Tony?
But he's also so strong.
And that's what
He
I'm
has the
looking at.
ability just to throw people off of him. Like he'll
seen
wait
that.
till the last second, very smart in that way, and then boom, running back's coming, throw you off. And now he's right there.
Tony, I
Whoa.
have a feeling the 49ers would have picked him up had they been given the opportunity. A trade.
I
The Vikings
so.
are still trading up. What are the
They
Vikings-
traded up from, so they're probably giving up a first next year. Wait,
I was about to say,
Jacksonville? Oh
what did
no,
they
they
get-
have 2 first-round picks. I forgot. Yeah. So here, I think you take Quinyon Mitchell here. I think that would be the pick, or you go and you get Fautanu, right?
Yeah.
You could go after a receiver, get Brian Thomas Jr. I don't know. This is tough.
Did you
If I were
see-
them, I'm taking Quinyon. Quinyon
Yeah,
should
I-
not be at 17.
Oh man. They just showed what that defensive line in Seattle is going to look like. Okay, so it works to be cut out for us. And now you got a coach that's going to do things with that defensive line. That's why he picked up that monster that he just picked up. God, I can't wait to see the 49ers got to counter. 49ers got to counter. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Like Jake Brendel not doing anything. Burford going to get cooked. Okay. Aaron Banks.
Listen, hey, Tony, Burford, take a break. Burford sits unless Feliciano gets hurt. I believe in Feliciano. I just worry if he gets hurt, here comes Burford.
I think he will get hurt. That's my issue. And you have to play Seattle twice a year. But let's see. In my mock, I had only one pick for the Vikings. So I'm just going to go shot in the dark right here, Quinion Mitchell.
All right.
Or it could be Faltanu. I don't know.
Yeah, they took Dallas Turner. Didn't you pick Dallas Turner earlier? And didn't you mention him earlier?
Yeah, no, he's my 13th player, my top edge in the class.
That's what Oh, Jesus Christ. Vikings! What are you doing? I needed this guy.
I want him. Exactly. That's my guy. But what I will say, you lose Daniel Hunter and you sign Jonathan Grenard, but I don't think Grenard is the top tier level of pass rusher. Right?
I forgot about that.
And then on the other side, you have Andrew Van Ginkel as your pass rusher. Like, I know they just signed him, but getting Dallas Turner changes everything for that defense. Because now you don't just have a bunch of okay guys, you have an elite guy.
Who's he
who
talking
can
to?
rotate.
He's just walking down the hall just talking. But you're right. The Texans took, what's that premier edge they had?
They had Grenard, traded him. Now they have Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter together.
Daniil Hunter. Daniil still is with the Vikings.
Yeah, and he's good.
I know. I thought he was the one who left.
No, he did leave. He's in Houston.
Yeah. Daniil's in Houston.
Houston let Grenard go, and he signed with the Vikings.
Who got the better end of that deal? You know, God.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter's definitely premier.
The thing is, he's a bit older, though. So, like, Grenard is the slow play, and he's a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
But Hunter, like you said, is just the far superior player.
Well, you know, the Texans are going to take advantage of that window. The quarterback's getting paid. We can afford to get some good players. The Texans are going for it now, Tony. They got 2 seasons to get it done, and they're going for it now. And exactly. I don't blame them.
I like
brilliant.
Like, D'Amico's doing it right. Whatever they're doing down there, I'm very happy for them. Now,
Stroud and Purdy are going to set a whole new trend in the NFL.
I agree. Like, you hit on that guy, and then you immediately start stacking once you know he's your guy.
Right.
Instead of waiting and playing the long game.
Yeah, because that's not going to work. And like Mahomes was the first prototype for that kind of football. Actually, didn't he win a couple? He won at least one before he got his contract extended, didn't he?
Who?
Yeah, it was against us. Jesus Christ, what are you asking that question for, Ron? And then they start losing money after that. Tyreek Hill needed to be paid more. Other guys said they got to go. But they're still winning. He's been in the Super Bowl 3 times and won 2 out of 3. And both of those 2 are us. Damn it.
It won't stop either. Like, that's the really sad thing. It doesn't matter. They have Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and Brett Veach as their GM. They're going to be relevant every single year. And it kills me.
You know, I'm watching. I was watching the Lakers and the Nuggets, and I was laughing because I said, you know, LeBron, listen, you guys, you beat him once to win that championship, but you'll never beat him again. And that's what we look like against the Chiefs. Tony, that's one of the reasons why I want to see the Chiefs one more time, even have to entertain the fear all game long. Oh, Jesus, here we go. And the first you get to see, here, we're starting out already. What was that? What was that, Kyle? You start going name calling, and you got to blame somebody, right? It's just a stress I don't want to go through again, but I need to beat the Chiefs once.
I agree. Like, even in the regular season, we couldn't beat them.
Yeah. And we got a
That's
regular
what
season
makes
game
it
coming
fun.
up with them too.
You're right. We need to win. Get our revenge, like the Eagles.
Or at least get the mental block out of your head. If you can beat the Chiefs regular season, then you can believe it is possible to beat them. Now go out there and don't self-destruct. Stay within yourself and do what you do. Don't
Yeah,
panic and make you make mistakes. Dumb
that's the issue.
mistakes.
They self-destructed, and it's just ridiculous to me how it happened. But it's in the past now, so there's not much we can do about it.
Yeah.
Bengals at 18 here. It's interesting because you look. I actually like their corners, DJ Turner and Cam Taylor-Britt. I really do
Yeah.
like them, but it's an area you can definitely
Improve.
upgrade. You can move Cam Taylor-Britt to the slot where I think he'll be best. Now their safeties, Von Bell and Geno Stone. Again, not in love with them. I don't know if they upgrade that. So the next thing I look at is their offensive line. You can
Always
get
a work in progress.
Graham Barton would be your center.
Ah. Ah. That's it, Tony. That's
So
it.
tough. So tough. 'Cause I
That's
love
it.
that guy. He is, I've raved about him time and time again. If you need a starter, that is your guy. You get Graham Barton.
Who's
Like,
playing center for him
nobody
now?
else in this draft will be better day one than him.
Who's the starting center in Cincinnati now?
Ted Karras, New England. Like New England let him go, and now he's in Cincy. But a career backup, never been that good. I think. And here's the thing with Barton too: if your tackle gets hurt, you can move him over for that period of time, and
He's got that
he'll
kind
be
of
fine.
versatility.
He just has short arms. That's what I worry about with him. Then
Yeah,
maybe the
that's
inside move gives it up a little too often, but it's nothing I'm concerned about. And he could play all five positions. I really believe that.
He can be taught footwork to compensate for the arm length
Yes.
if it's yeah.
I
But
love
yeah,
his feet.
they're gonna want to get him. They're gonna get him. They got to get him.
Now, here's the thing. Quignon's on the board. I know I'm aggressive. I would trade up for Quignon Mitchell now and get him at 19 or 20. Don't worry about the tackle. You can get him at the end of round 2. Maybe trade back up there. But Quignon is a game-changing player. He really is. He's my 7th-ranked player here. I think now that the big three of Murphy, Turner, and Latu are off the board, this is the only other guy that I'd put a top 10 grade on. He is that good. And we need corner. We do. Our nickel is a mess. You move Lenore back there, and now you have maybe the best secondary in football with him, Ward, and Lenore.
Whoa, Tony, you go that far. I like that. If the minute we can say that, I would be delighted because the pass rush. I got a feeling the pass rush is gonna be okay somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Chris Hansen. Chris, tell me, was that you that I dropped the other day because there's a clone that comes in here being irritating? Chris, talk to me, man. Was that you that we accidentally got rid of the other day? I was really worried about that. Good to see you. But you said it's
Man.
been a while. That wasn't you then the other day, was it? Man.
Maybe it was, and he's playing it off.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think not.
Same here. And the Chris Hansen that was in here the other day was making statements the real Chris Hansen would never make about certain people. Chris Hansen never showed a lot of love for individual trolls. He just never did it. I never seen him do it. So I was shocked at seeing what I saw. Anyway.
Yeah. That's funny.
Tony,
Oh, man.
it's about to happen, man. You know, Tony, and there's 2 picks away from there being no trade up for the 49ers. I don't think so. Or maybe they could, but it won't be for Aiyuk and Debo.
It won't be. But I don't know if they trade up either. Like,
At all.
here's my thing. You can guarantee yourself a better player, but now you're losing the ability to have another guy with you, right?
Huh.
You draft 2 players at the same position. Usually one of them comes out as a good player. Debo and Jalen Hurd is a great example. If you trade up for A.J. Brown, maybe like 5 picks earlier,
Wait.
you have to give up that 3rd-round pick. Well, now you don't get to choose.
Tony,
between
before he picks it, who's he? I was going to ask you,
Me.
who's going to pick? Did you see this coming?
I can see it coming. I really like kind of what they have here because their mold of tackle, Orlando Brown and Trent Brown, right? Those dudes are massive. They're mountains. I think that's what they want for Joe to keep him in the
6'7",
pocket. And
340.
so maybe he doesn't start right now, but he is a raw player. I think he needs to play, but if he doesn't, he can still get better on the bench. But schematically, for what they do, I think he's awesome. And he's
He's
just
got a
going to
lot
be
of work to
another
do.
mountain.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's got a lot of work to do, though. Mims is, yeah, the speed of the NFL is going to blow his mind. If he can get over that and learn, because Tony, he only played what a half a season.
8 games.
Yeah,
8 games. So it is tough. Like,
29
but you
games
see
in his
on
entire
film
career.
how much better he got game to game. It's phenomenal. And on
Well,
top of that as well, you see the pass protection is NFL ready.
Yeah, and you know the
So
thing is, he's if you're an offensive lineman in Georgia, can you imagine every day the training you're getting? Georgia has
yeah,
animals on their defensive front. So if you can
exactly.
deal with them in any capacity, you're damn near ready for the NFL.
You're getting
Because-
sharpened by the best players every single day.
So either get better or get out of here. It's one or
Exactly.
the other.
And like even you think about last year, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, right? Those are guys he had to go up against in practice, and he was exceptional. So yeah, I really like him, Ronbo, and I think he does fit Cincinnati. I
Yeah.
think Barton, for me, again, I just have a higher grade on him, so I naturally want to go there. But I think they'll live with Amarius Mims. That's a good pick.
All right, we're going to find out.
Now,
Chris, that's refreshing. See, because the other Chris Hansen, the other was just loving the Rams and everybody involved with the Rams, and he hasn't been here since Super Bowl. So, Chris, I'm glad to know, Chris, because we got rid of a guy 3 times. I got rid of him because I thought that cannot be my Chris Hansen. So good. All right.
that is
Tony,
the
go
thing
ahead.
about copying names is you're more prone to people copying who you are just
Yeah.
because you stole, you know what I mean? Like Chris
Well-
Hansen, anyone can make that account.
Oh yeah, and they do. Some comedian was coming in here day after every time we got together. Here comes the Chris Hansen. Oh, I used to be a 49er fan until I listened to Tribe. What? What? There's no way Chris Hansen say something like that. So I gave him the boot, and then he came
Yeah.
back and said something even more outrageous the next time. I said that is not Chris Hansen. So
Yeah.
good. I feel better. All right.
I think you're right. So we have the Rams up next. What do you foresee here? Because I have an idea.
Dang, McVay, look at him. Jesus, I can't. He's got to go defense. He's got to go defense, fam. Didn't he just lose? In fact, he's pissed off behind that Aaron Donald lookalike a little while ago. McVay wanted that kid. I'll bet you.
Yeah.
What was that monster that just got picked up? Oh, the Hawks picked up Big Vay's guy. That's why he has that look on his face. Now he's going to have to settle for the next round, or the next tier. He's going for defense. Because if Aaron Donald just says, I quit, what are you going to do, Tony? If I'm McVay, oh, Jesus, Aaron, are you serious?
Exactly.
Well, listen, what do we need to do to get you to be happy to stay here?
I think what they might do here, I have 3 players in mind. I feel strongly about 2. Quinyon Mitchell, I think that would be one because Tre'Davious White is their starting outside corner.
That's
And
right,
he has
secondary.
the injuries, right? That's part
Uh-huh.
of how they got him.
Yeah.
But what I'll also say is they could go for Jared Verse off the edge because right now it's Byron Young and Michael Hoyt, and Michael Hoyt is not very good. So I
They
could see
did
them
pick up
doing
one guy
that.
that's not bad, though, last year in the draft.
Yeah,
Defensive
Kobe
lineman.
Turner.
Yeah.
He's
Not
great.
bad. Yeah.
But he's a different mold than Aaron Donald,
Yeah.
right? That's where Byron Murphy's so special. I think maybe Darius Robinson can fill that void a little bit. But so yeah, those are the 3 guys that I think
Yeah.
could go here. I'll probably be wrong about all of them.
Yeah. Well, Barack O'Neill says $20 says the Rams draft another male cheerleader. One thing,
Hey,
you know,
I
Tony,
wouldn't be
one thing one thing we do is we take shots at the Rams. But
So
they're going to be a little
computer
tougher this year than
enthusiasts.
last year. Puka Nakua is for real.
No, Puka, yeah, he's for real, and I like the way they used him too. That's what makes good coaches. They take your special skill set and then they make you into a Pro Bowler, an All Pro.
I thought with
Whereas other
Cooper Cup
coaches
and
will try to
Nakua, I
fit
thought,
you into their scheme.
yeah, and Kyle does that. But Puka Nakua and Cooper Cup, I just said, my God, I have to give that a lot of respect.
Definitely. Definitely.
But Cup is starting to slow down. His injuries are finally starting to take their toll, I think. It was mostly the Puka Nakua show last year with Cup being featured.
Yeah, because Cup was injured and then he came back in and they already found a role for Puka. So it
Yeah.
was just kind of weird.
And Stafford's trying to be a little more confident in finding Nakua because he was going to be the guy that was going to be open. But you know what? It may have been because of Cup that Puka was so open. But Puka was open early on before Cup got back on the field when Cup missed the first few weeks.
Yeah, he was unguardable. And even week 2 when he played us, 15 receptions is crazy.
I know. Him and Stafford got something going on. Oh, here we go.
Someone said Verse is the pick here. Yeah,
It
okay.
is. Yeah.
So I had my suspicions just because you don't want to roll into the year with Michael Hoyt as your starting pass rusher. But his power profile is real. He is. You know what I love about Verse?
Yeah.
His speed to power. It's unreal. And with Colton McKivitz, you best believe he's going to be on the ground.
God, that dude looks so big. Tony, I'm so jealous so far. We're watching the Cardinals pick up a nice pick.
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at the Hawks pick up a pick, and now this. Who's left?
It's just so
look
tough.
Look at this monster. They can't block him.
I think like the Cardinals, they nailed number 4 for what they need. The Seahawks nailed 18 or 17, wherever they were. And Verse is a great pick here. Ooh. Now, what I will say, these aren't players that we can't handle. Maybe Byron Murphy. We can handle Verse if we can get a guy who can pass protect well. If we get Roger Rosengarten at 31, I won't be as confident as I am now.
That's the guy they were visiting.
Yeah, he's not a first-round pick. No matter what anyone tells me, it's just not happening at 31. If it does, that would be organizational malpractice.
You're trying to get ready, man, because you know what? Let's see, 19. You know what, Tony? It's going to depend on on their big board. They got like 4 or 5 picks, probably left that they want to take, that they think is worth a damn. What we're worried about, what we need to worry about now is them dropping out of the first round because they don't see anything worthy of a first round pick. The 49ers are going to be spendthrifts between now and next year anyway. So if I don't have to pay first round money and keep a kid around longer than 4 years if he ain't worth a damn, they're going to do that. I just know it, and it actually makes sense.
It does. But at the same time, I have 8 guys with first-round grades left. So I think we will have a guy.
And you only got 10 picks. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, in that case, good.
So we have 11 picks until we're up. I hope, like Cooper DeJean is a guy I could see going to Pittsburgh right now, although I think it's probably Brian Thomas Jr. That would be my selection. But DeJean, I have a second-round grade on him. He could go before us. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terrion Arnold, right? I have early second-round grades on all these guys, and they could go before us, meaning more first-round picks are dropping down the board.
There you go. And who is Mitchell? Everybody's raving about they screwed up. They should have got Mitchell. What Mitchell are we talking about here? Is that one of your guys, Tony?
A.D. Mitchell. It's interesting. Who did they take? Oh, the Rams should have went Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that because they have a great trio in Cup, Puka, and Tutu Atwell. But Mitchell's a guy for me where, I think he means Quinion Mitchell.
The corner you were talking about, right?
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, different first name, same last name. Yeah, Mitchell would have been the best pick on the board, but I can see why they want the pass rush because you have Brock Purdy in your division. You can only cover for so long, right? You're still gonna find a way.
And you've got that man in Arizona. Geno Smith is the only guy they don't have to really worry too much about. But you know,
exactly. So
yeah, because
man, I'm actually pumped right now because we have all these guys left.
They're falling,
Faltanu,
falling.
you're right, they're falling. Faltanu, Barton, and Jackson Powers Johnson, the 3-0 linemen I love, they're still available and they're falling. So, but there's also a rough spot here that I need to talk about because we could see them go off quickly. We have the Cardinals at 21, right?
Oh, they got
Eagles at 22. You know them. They're gonna go O-line if they can, if they love a guy. Then you have who else? The Cowboys at 24. You have the Dolphins at 23 or 22, I believe.
Seems like we're never gonna get our turn. Oh
I don't think we are. So
God.
if we get to 25 and two of those guys are still on the board, I'll feel confident about landing one of the O-linemen. But like I said before, there are guys from 20 to 35 that are in the same range of player. So if we don't land the O-lineman, I'm fine. There's guys I like in the second and third round.
All right. As long as it's not a reach. I just want to just pick it up. Well, we got to use this pick for something. Okay.
I agree. If we reach, that would be the worst case because all these guys are falling to you right now.
Whoa. 275,000 fans in attendance at tonight's draft night. One record. 275,000. I mean, there's ball games that don't draw that kind of crowd. Oh, my God.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
I think Detroit is just so happy that they have something going on after being irrelevant for 60 years.
Is that the truth? Where's Don Burr? See if he's sitting out in the crowd yelling and screaming, Detroit versus everybody. Don, you know what? I tell you what, man. You know, Tony, I have to have a new respect for Detroit Lions now, though. I hope they get taken out before we see them next year at the playoffs. I really do. I don't like to be bothered with that team. I knew I had a bad feeling about them, and I'll be damned if I wasn't right. Jesus, that was close.
They are wired the right way. That's what's scary. Because, you know, they just have the mindset and they will beat you up. And if you're not prepared for it, they can come back because you're so beat up and they're ready. They're throwing the punches.
And Jared Goff, Jared Goff was something we toyed with when he was with the Rams. And now all of a sudden he's got a run game. He is not the focal point of the offense, not completely.
Not at all.
You know, Amon St. Brown, you know, they signed St. Brown. You know, he never really scared me that much. I don't know why they paid him so much. Is he worth that much?
I don't think so because he's a slot-only receiver. And that's, you know, maybe 25 would be fair. But to give him the 30 that he got, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, he's only guaranteed 35, but still.
But per year, I think he was around 30.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's 4 years, 120, so the math there is.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think Aiyuk is in a class above him. And Amon-Ra got more love because he was the focal point of their passing game. Aiyuk was not.
Yeah, I guess he made some plays. I don't know. I just thought he didn't scare me when we played against him.
He's not scary to me either, but I'm sure defensive coordinators might feel a little bit differently.
A little different, yeah.
It's like what we see isn't always what goes into it. He's so intelligent, also might be a nightmare. Yeah. It's like Kelsey. The dude isn't fast, but he's never
always
covered either.
Open. Always open. Except when Trey Greenlaw said, everybody says you're always open. Not today, bro.
Yeah.
And it was going well, too. Jesus.
And then he got hurt.
Gets all right, we'll get another shot at him.
If I had to guess here at 20, it would be Brian Thomas Jr. Let's see what happens here. He reminds me a bit of Martavis Bryant. I don't know if you remember him, but
I remember the name. Martavis was a good running back. I thought he was. Other people, he was on every team in the league except ours. So yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Brian Thomas is long, fast, physical. Like I love that archetype for them. But we'll see what happens. It could be Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean is a Pittsburgh guy. Have they called it for you yet?
He's making a speech. He's thanking people, various organizations. As long as they don't get what's the Cowboys wide receiver that comes in and pisses off all the fans. Oh God, he takes up a lot of time.
Yeah,
He's going to
he
make the pick
does.
now.
Let's see. Cooper DeJean or Brian Thomas. Those are who I think they're going with.
All right.
But let's see. They could go with an offensive lineman.
Oh, they picked
Whoa.
up a tackle.
Damn. That's a guy that's pretty popular in the Niner space.
Look at his grandmother. She's the wondering what he's crying about. She doesn't know what happened.
They're kind
I
of
love
giving
it.
him dirty looks as he's
They are,
crying.
aren't they? They're adorable. Why'd you the Pittsburgh picture? What are you so excited about?
That's so
They may be
wild.
avid 49er fans. You wanted to go to San Francisco.
He's
I
crying
love-
because he has to play in Pittsburgh now with Russell Wilson. Damn.
The grandmother and auntie, whenever they were there, they were hilarious. They had that blank look on their face like, what are you so upset? I mean, what are you so excited about? That's
I'm
funny.
not happy for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good pick. He was my 10th rated player, and I think after losing a couple guys, there is a need there, and he can play all 5 positions.
Troy
So,
66. Oh, ooh, that was a flag. Oh, that was an.
Rombo, I'm scared. How
Okay.
is Quinion falling to the Eagles? They don't need to trade up for him. He's just going to fall to them.
I know this happens every
They do
year.
this every single year. They always get the best player. on the board.
I know that's, and then Howie gets to say at the end of the day he won the draft. You know what? They win the draft. They win free agency. Anytime you're picking up players, okay. Well, somebody just told his uncle or grandmother, whatever, what happened. They're smiling now.
Mhm.
They must have got caught on the camera. Somebody said something.
Even the
That's
lady
hilarious.
now, she's still giving him a dirty look.
I know. I'm thinking that
That's
might be
great.
mom.
I'm happy
on the-
for him.
He's hugging mom now. He hugged grandma first. Yeah, they might think, no, they look about the same age. I'm not sure who they could possibly be and why they'd be sitting right up front with him like that.
I don't
But
think he
anyway-
would kiss mom on the lips like that. I think that's his
Did he?
girlfriend.
No, I mean the other two ladies, the older ladies before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, mom kissing lips. Okay, now.
Only Tom Brady. Only Tom Brady.
No, Tom's. Yeah, we already did this with Barack. Yeah, Barack's.
Man, this is where Barton goes right here, I think.
You think that's it, huh? Well, Tony, we're 10 picks away, and, by the way, if you were worried, hoping that we'd make a trade up using the bargaining chips of Debo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk, it's not going to happen. Tony, is it safe to say that's not going to 49ers would be ridiculously foolish to give up anything less than a number 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At 21, no way. So it's over.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand other teams' perspectives. Like, no, receivers usually go for around the 20 overall pick worth of value if they're the best of the best.
Right?
But the Niners are like, what he means to our team is more than that.
Oh,
And any guy we replace him with will not be good enough to live up to that. So
right.
that's what's in play here, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah. And it's really hard that we've seen a lot of first round exchanges here. Yeah, no, because for the last couple of years, Tony, first round picks, nobody's giving up first round picks anymore like they did a few years ago. I
Exactly.
remember the Cleveland Browns made a living off of taking everybody's first round pick and built the team that they did. I mean, Cleveland had they had so many first round picks because they have 3 and 4 first round picks every year for about 4 years in a row. I said, what, Cleveland, when you suck that bad, they ought to tell. Look, there's a penalty for coming in last 3 and 4 years in a row, so you guys can't have this first round pick. God,
It's crazy how they missed on so many players.
isn't it?
Like, that's incredible. And then you take a 28-year-old Brandon Whedon in the first round as a quarterback. It wasn't even that good. Like, the Browns are the Browns, and they always will be.
God, but then they finally did it in 2019. They picked up a beast to put on the edge, and things have been upturning ever since then.
Myles Garrett really did change the trajectory of that
Oh,
franchise. Him and
yeah.
Baker Mayfield.
Damn. I mean, Myles Garrett
That
just
reminds
freaks
me,
out.
the Browns have been pretty good for a while, actually.
Yeah,
Just not-
yeah. Since 2019. They've been on upward.
Yeah.
And Baker got there, you're right. Baker made a difference. He came in with that attitude. change the whole culture.
Exactly.
Then they
That's why
start
guys like him are underappreciated. He's never going to be a top tier quarterback, but what he instills in the team and the effort, the
leadership.
attitude that he sets, it makes a big difference.
And they put some of the greatest names in college as far as defensive. I mean, you look at the edge rushers. But what happened to that one? I thought he was going to be good. He's out now, I think. Real slim kid. He wasn't as good as Ward, but him and Ward were together for a few minutes. It wasn't. Was his name Sleepy something? Anyway, he was rail thin though. See, Tony, this is the thing. Yeah, kids coming in rail thin. They've got a metabolism that's really bullet quick, and you may not be able to beef them up. I worry about that sometimes with some of these guys that come in that are really frail. I mean, they may be quick, great instincts, ball hawking and everything else, but is he going to ever grow big enough to be able to deal with the NFL? Maybe not.
I think so. We're talking about corners, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of guys are just so explosive, they can put on 10 to 15 pounds and they'll be fine. I think Nate Wiggins is one of those guys. And so he will be maybe available at 31. The fact that him and Quinion are still on the board, I think is great for us. But I don't think it's as big of a deal anymore because it's more of a pass-heavy league and you value coverage.
Yeah, and there's so many rules in place that you can't get too physical anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I think those types of guys are becoming more common. I don't think it's something where it's like, oh, we can't put on weight, so we can't draft him. I think a lot of these guys can. The only time is if they're not very fast. That
Sports
would be
science
like
says you can put some weight on them, but yeah.
Like if you run a 4.55, I don't want you to put on any more weight, even if you're slender. You'll just be too slow.
Different kind of training, though, Tony. You can get a guy in the weight room and just have him lift, high repetitions, of course, and just get stronger, but not necessarily put on too much bulk. That could work, too.
Yeah, like the Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, perfect example. Brandon didn't bulk out, but he looks as strong as can be. Ask anybody that had to deal with him coming downfield in a blocking assignment. So
Exactly. And it did take him a few years to get there. But he did get there, and so he hasn't lost any of his explosiveness.
He could still leave a defender in the dust.
Let's see the Dolphins here.
Tony, your guys are getting picked right and left though. Chop is on his way to Miami.
That's fine though. Like I'm fine with that because I did have an early second round grade on him.
Right.
But they also like you look at their team. They have some young pass rushers I like. But you want to replace them a little bit because of the injury history. And, well, maybe this is a good spot for him because he can grow with those guys in front of him, right? You have Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, who you feel amazing about, but they get hurt. And they're not getting younger. Jalen Phillips is basically pretty young, but he's not the guy where it's like, he gets better every day because he's so young. That's not what it's like. So I think you bring in Chubb. He's a 1 to 2 year project, and then when Chubb is gone, it's Robinson and Phillips against the world.
Yep.
So
because just like you said, it says explosive, raw, a project.
He's maybe the biggest project in the draft, but the highest potential. He could be the best player in the draft. That's what I like.
It just ended up being. Hey, it's like I said about Sweat. He came in the league and he was considered a project. Now look at Sweat. He demands respect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
now the one thing with him, Sweat is just a gigantic human being too. Chop is pretty small, so
comparatively, yeah.
But I like your point. Even though it might take some time, it doesn't matter where you are in 3 years if you get there.
Yeah.
No matter what it took.
Because they got time. I mean, you don't sign a contract until after that. If it was a first-round pick, you pick up the 5th-year option on him too. Native Dancer, check this out, Tony. I try to understand why we want to win a Super Bowl, but go out on a limb in free agency and don't have the money to get greatness in the draft.
Yeah, definitely.
Tony, is there a perfect organization? Try to think of an organization in the NFL that really impresses you every year and their ability to manipulate the rest of the league and make a fool out of most of the franchises in the game. I'm starting to think the Eagles do that, but the Eagles come up short. It used to be the Dallas Cowboys, and it used to be us to some degree. But those days have passed now. Is there
Yeah.
a new one that just absolutely outdoes everybody every year? And here they are, the Eagles now.
I don't know if there is.
There really
Also, the
isn't, is
Eagles
there?
are probably taking Quignon unless they want to take a tackle, but I
Tony,
I think the Eagles will be the closest thing to that.
yeah,
I do.
I you know, they just got. I just don't. They just make a mistake by having Nick Sirianni as a coach. Sirianni to me is a little strange.
Yeah, I don't like him. Like the one thing that I don't like out of the leader is if they're super emotional about everything, because you
And
need them to be rock solid.
right, and leave fans and everybody else alone. You don't need to be. That's just looks bad.
Hmm.
He reflects,
It's
though, the
not
Eagle fan. Eagle fans are really the most obnoxious. I used to think the Raider fans were just ridiculous. Eagles fans are really obnoxious.
Yeah, they're way worse. It's not close. It really isn't.
Ugh.
But at the end of the day, they have high expectations and
Yeah.
they're fans just like us. They're just a lot more violent about it and
And
rowdy.
loud. Ah.
Yes. This
Uh,
is incredible here. Man, I just can't come back to the fact that they have so many top players still on the board for them, and they're going to take the best one.
Yeah. Mr. Blockeye says draft a cornerback since our secondary are on contract years? Question mark.
Draft a corner.
Because Tony,
Yeah.
the player you're talking about, he's a corner, right?
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, but let's see if he goes here. If Nate Wiggins is at 31, he would be my next best player off the board,
Okay.
assuming Graham Barton goes. So
I
I'd
can't
be
imagine.
all in for that.
Because between 20 now and 31.
But 10 picks is a long time. We don't think about it that way, but
It
I
is.
mean,
It's
it
a
is.
lot of players, yeah. And
Like,
a lot of
let's
good,
say
good
Brian
ones as well.
Thomas Jr. falls to us. Are we really taking him in the first round? I don't think we are. Even though he
Brian
has
Thomas
a first
Jr.,
round grade.
what position does he play?
He's receiver. He was Malik Neighbors' teammate at
Oh.
LSU.
We
But
don't.
I
You
have
know
a
what?
first round grade, and we probably wouldn't take him.
There's no way the 49ers pick up a receiver in the first round. I just don't see it. But
Although
I
I
can't
will
imagine what they
say,
do.
he has a skill set we don't have, and that's deep speed, vertical
Okay.
threat.
Okay. You know what? Glad you brought that up. What are you gonna do with our deep threat now? I think this is the last year for.
If it were me, it would
Danny
be
Gray.
Ayuk, Brian Thomas Jr., Jawan Jennings. You get everything you need there.
So you're letting Danny Gray go this year?
I would have cut him already. Like, he just hasn't developed, and he was raw coming out, definitely. He has showed none of what we saw in college, really at all. And the things he did show that were bad, he hasn't improved. So I know
Whoa.
he was brought in for Trey,
Yeah.
but Brock can still air it down the field. It's not like he's
Yeah.
incapable.
I'm so tired of people saying, "Well, Brock's a little weak army." Yeah, he can. Yeah, we've seen him overthrow Debo. Tony,
Yeah.
Kelsey left. They're going after your center right now. I bet on that.
Yeah, I don't know if they are because they have Landon Dickerson
Is he good?
and Cam Jurgens, both guys who are guards that came out as centers
Can
in
they?
the draft.
Okay, so maybe not.
So to me, it's like, okay, how many guys do you need? Do you need like a whole security team, like 15 guys? But they have
So,
Lane Johnson, Jordan
If anything-
Mailata.
I know, but the thing, one thing our team has already proven: you just can't have too many good offensive linemen. They get hurt, and when they do
It's
get hurt,
true.
all of a sudden you're just vulnerable.
Oh, I'm just looking right now. What if they take Graham Barton, put him at right guard for Tyler Steen, who they like? He was, I think, a third-round pick last year, and they really like him. So would they move a year early or a year after they picked that guy to take Barton? I don't know.
That would mean they're not happy with him in that case.
But even then, is that really the thing you want to address when your corners are so weak? I
Oh, that's
think it's
right.
Quignon. Why is he still talking?
I know, Roger. Come on, man. You don't need to mention that now. Talk about
Can't
the
even
game they're
hear.
having in Brazil.
I have him muted right now.
Rod! He's still talking.
This is ridiculous. I could have made dinner and eaten it by the time he was done.
No. Raj, what are you doing?
I will say I recently started an all steak diet and I love it because you can just season it with anything.
Did you say an all steak diet?
All steak. Well, really all beef, but I just have it in the form of steak because it takes me more time.
Wait a minute, who's this guy? Jordan
Jordan
Mailata.
Mailata.
Jordan
Their left
Mailata,
tackle.
a mountain man. That dude, Nick Bosa just does. You know what? Him and Nick going back and forth was hilarious.
I remember when this guy was drafted.
Oh, he's making the. He's calling it.
He is?
He's gone, Tony. He's gone.
We are screwed. I will say that. If Aiyuk isn't back, we are not beating the Eagles any way down the field.
Flag on you, Eagles, damn it. I'm so tired of you guys, man. God.
Like, this is my 7th rated player in the draft. Somehow, Philly lands him at 22.
You know, as I said, every year they win the draft somehow. And when you say win the draft, this puts together the the piece they need to be invincible.
Exactly. What I love about them, the Niners will reach for players they really like because they just have a feeling about them. But the Eagles don't do that. They just take the best player available. Yeah, maybe we don't love this element about this guy, but he's just the better player, even if he's a slightly worse scheme fit. That's what they do every single year.
Tony,
But this guy, like I said,
because we're playing more man now than we've been playing for the last couple of years. I think the 49ers would have grabbed him if they had a chance.
no, Quignon is scheme proof. Put him anywhere, he'll be great. All pro in any scheme. That's the way I view him. And he's so physical, he's not a liability against the run either. He would have been a 49er if he fell to 31, but again, that's not realistic. It's Quignon Mitchell.
Especially 31. Barack O'Leary. It says, Tony, Big Show is jealous of you because you know the draft better than him. He wants to trade Purdy for Cousins and plus hates Ronbo and Jesus. Barack O'Leary has got to be a resident comedian. The guy's always coming up with these little quips.
Yeah.
So Tony, you know, I always told people that Tony does a great job when it comes to this because he really researches and knows his stuff. Big Show is also very good because he knows everybody, but his opinions will always vary in a direction, a little more to his opinion, in a way where Show just likes this guy because he doesn't like this guy, and he wants us to get rid of this guy. If it was up to Show, Aiyuk would be out of here. Debo would have been gone a long time ago. Show just wants to keep moving. Is his attitude? If he didn't do it this year, I gotta get.
I think it's important to have a guy like that because he gives you ideas that you might not have had before.
That's a good point.
So, hey, I love that. I love that when people are outside the box. Do I agree with those takes that you just mentioned? No.
Yeah.
But, I like that there's people out there who aren't scared to say it.
Yeah, that show has no fear. And he doesn't care what kind of pushback he gets in the chat. He keeps right on coming in with them same takes. Wait, what's Quinton saying?
He's probably pissed off. He should have been a top 10 pick.
Oh, that's right. Less money down in the 20s.
Way less money. And, the ego, too. You have to have swagger and ego as a corner. And he just got picked 10 picks after where he should have been. It's probably messing with him. You can see it on his face. He's not pumped up at all.
He walked out frowned up to a degree. The guys who came out in the top 10 were coming out doing all kind of crazy things. He walked out quietly.
I never thought about that comp before. Jair Alexander. I like that. And you know how good he is, right?
Yep.
This is great.
I like he's got them instincts. He's got those instincts. I can see that. He can read. He's not illiterate. I love it.
He's such a smart player. And like I was talking about before, he can be literally flat-footed and just break out so quickly and burst on the ball. It's special.
Okay, he's grabbing.
He also has elite speed.
I've seen 2 flagged plays, though.
I don't know if those are flags. I think
maybe not. Yeah, it depends on who the refs are.
He's on the Eagles, so he'll be fine. I'm not concerned. But the Jags here, Brian Thomas Jr. is definitely in play because they don't have a true number 1. Christian Kirk is a hell of a number 2. Gabe Davis is a number 3, but who's their number 1? I think
Uh-huh.
he's in play. Also knowing Trent Baalke, this is a Darius Robinson spot if I've ever seen one. Even though they do not need him, like they are great on the D line. I think Darius Robinson could go here, but if I had to make a guess, ultimately, I think it might be an O lineman.
Were they really that bad offensive line? Well, every
No,
team
they're
needs an
not.
offensive lineman, but I mean, they weren't one of the
But
worst teams in
here's
the league.
the way I look at it is Ezra Cleveland is their left guard and Mitch Morse is their center. Morse is good, but he's old and aging and getting worse. Ezra
Okay.
Cleveland just isn't that great. Cam Robinson is your left tackle. He's getting older. So what I
Cam,
say they
yeah,
do, you
Cam's been
get
around for a
Graham
long
Barton.
time.
He's been along for a long time. So if you get Graham Barton, he can play any of those 3 spots, and he's the best player available for me right now at 14.
Who's that? Did you recognize the guy sitting there with the fake neck brace because I just got into a car accident. I don't want anybody, the insurance company, to catch me without it. Sitting on his neck. Every time I see that, I'm always amused.
I didn't see it, but I think it's definitely funny too. They want the world to see it. I think that's great.
Okay, the Jags are on the clock.
Here we go. Is he going to make another announcement about
Yep.
Brazil?
I was going right to this one.
Okay. Brian Thomas. There we go.
They picked up a wide receiver.
That's one of the natural landing spots for him.
You know, how many? Okay, yeah, who's their other wide receiver over in with the Jags? Don't they
The
have a
Jags?
couple? Who's
Yeah,
their wide
Gabe
receiver?
Davis is one
Yeah.
that they just signed. Christian Kirk, great number 2,
Oh,
not
Christian
an
Kirk.
amazing number 1.
Yeah.
Um,
And they
Laviska
just picked up
Chenault.
Kirk last year, didn't they? Or a year before?
Yeah, they got Kirk the year before in free agency.
So
They
this
lost
makes
Laviska Chenault, so they lost kind of the speed element.
Where did
I think that
Chenault
happened last
go?
year.
The Debo clone.
Yeah, I love Laviska, but that's my. Let's talk about Malachi Corley a little bit. I've seen you put out tweets and you love him.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
One of my concerns is he's more Laviska Chenault than Debo Samuel. And
Okay.
even then, Debo Samuel was an all-pro for 1 year, but outside of that, he's just been good to really good. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but Laviska, they just didn't use him properly. It was clear they had no clue how to use a guy like him.
See, that's why you bring that guy to San Francisco and let Kyle use. One thing Kyle will do, he will let a player play to his particular strengths. He's not going to put you in
Yeah.
a situation where you can't win.
I completely agree with that. And I don't think he'd sign him if he didn't have a plan in mind with him either.
Ah,
Like, I think he would be a better Ray McLeod.
yeah.
That's what I
This guy-
think. And
look
I
at
don't
this-
like Ray anymore after what happened in
I
the
know.
Super Bowl.
I'm still burned it up with him. This kid, 6'2", he uses that size really well. He wins at the peak of the leap, and there's no doubt about it. Look, catch
Look at
radius. Look at that.
He has long arms. A lot of people were calling him Brandon Aiyuk, which I don't agree with the comp, but in terms of the body type, really long arms,
Yeah.
can get above the rim and catch anything. But what I really love about him is, although he's not running a lot of routes, he runs them really well. It's the most odd thing ever where it's like the few routes you do know, you're running them with good pace. Your
Mhm.
feet are great, your hips are
Mhm.
fluid. So
Mhm.
he's a guy for me where it's like you take him at 17, I wouldn't be upset with that.
Yeah.
I think he's that level of player. So I love him. I think he's great. For Jacksonville, you need to win now, get Trevor Lawrence going. I think it's great.
Because isn't Lawrence's deal 1920? Yeah, Lawrence's deal is up now next year.
So they have 24. If they don't extend him, they'll have
Gabe
25.
Davis, Christian
But I think
Kirk,
they will
Evan.
have to extend him.
I forgot Evan Ingram's over there as well.
Yeah, he's a hell of a tight end. He's not going to do the dirty work, but in terms of getting
Right.
open in the receiving game, he's great.
He's going to be available. Oh God, here they come.
Here goes Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson right here. Now, I'm actually kind of happy, Ronbo, because I've been saying
Okay.
for the past 15 picks it'll be Graham Barton.
Yeah.
So I'm happy he's not gone.
Yeah. Well, yeah. 'Cause, Tony, make a prediction now. 31. What's going to happen? Actually, we weren't looking at that wide receiver anyway. I don't guess. They just got picked
So-
up.
Yeah, I don't. So AD Mitchell from Texas is someone that fans really like. I just don't like how he takes plays off. He has diabetes too, and it
Oh,
affects his blood sugar. Some people
yeah,
don't let it get to them, but it affects his mood. And
yeah.
so I worry about the coachability there. When he feels like playing, he'll play. But when he doesn't, how's that going to happen? So that was a reason why he's just outside of the first round for me. In terms of receiver, I'm not taking anyone at 31. Not even Javon Baker, who I love so much. I'm not
Mm,
taking him at
mm,
31,
mm, mm.
even though he's my 38 player. The reason why is because I still have, I think, it looks like 5 first round players on the board still.
Mm,
Graham Barton, Nate
mm,
Wiggins, the corner
mm,
from
mm,
Clemson, Darius Robinson. I've talked about him, defensive
mm.
tackle.
Right.
Johnny Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois, and then Jackson Powers Johnson, the center.
Well, Tony,
If one of those guys is there, I want them. I don't think
you,
all of them are going in the next 5.
because yeah, there's not that many picks left, but you can rest assured the 49ers are absolutely, I would put any amount of money on it. 49ers are not picking up a wide receiver at 31. There's just no way. I would be blown
If
shocked
Aiyuk got
away.
traded, it would have been real. You use your 17,
Yeah.
18 pick on a tackle, then receiver at 31. Not now.
Because, I mean, look at the wide receiver room we got now. You know,
Hmm.
I even look at, you look at the guys, you look at Brandon, you look at Debo. I like Conley a lot, and I think he should get more playing time. I got JJ out there already as well.
Yeah,
Uh, Juice is one of the best receivers on the field when he's on the field. I don't need more
definitely.
targets for Brock to throw at. So I need people to protect Brock, or I need defense to choke out the other quarterback. So it's going to be an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, be my guess. Unless you see a cornerback that you'd really like to
I
see.
think corners. Yeah, the corners are real right now because you have Nate Wiggins on the board, my 16th player. Then between, let's see, 27 to 32, I have Cooper DeJean, Terrion Arnold, Max Melton. And I think all those guys would be worthy of the 31st pick. Max Melton, I know people are reserved about him, the cornerback from Rutgers, but he was, for what they were asking him to do, very impressive. And he has the deep speed, he has the press coverage ability, great in the run game. So a guy that if he went at 31, I think it was a good pick, like a B to B plus pick if they got him there. Some people might think it's a reach. I personally would rather have him over Kool-Aid McKinstry, although it's very close. I just think Max Melton has more man coverage ability
Cool.
because Kool-Aid just doesn't have the top gear that Max Melton has. And I'm willing to be wrong on that because I was wrong about Patrick Surtain and his speed.
Oh,
But
my God.
40
Yes.
time, I didn't watch the film close enough. In 2021, I'm thinking the 40 time is closer to what he'll be, but on film, he wasn't slow. So that was on me. With
And usually
Kool-Aid,
that has something to do with the adrenaline flow when the ball is snapped. It's an amazing thing. Uh,
yes.
Sauce Gardner and Sertan. I was just thinking, there's no way we're going to get Sauce. Can we get Sertan? And then the rumors came up during
Yeah.
the season. Patrick Sertan's on the Denver's cleaning house, and Sertan's one of the people that want to. What? They just want picks?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. It didn't make sense, but I wanted him. I really did. And he's one of those players who, again, he makes you reevaluate how you look at the position. Because I had a certain type, and then I realized, okay, although having a 4.2, 4.3 40 is very important, if you're that good and you run a low 4.5, it can work.
yeah.
And that's,
Good
I think, a reason why
skills.
Kyrie Jackson for me this year is 44 on my board. Same type of thing.
I agree.
Oh, the Lions traded up.
Jerry needs picks. You know what?
Ooh, I think it's Cooper DeJean. And I'll tell you why. He can play anywhere in the defense, but the Packers at 25, that would have been the perfect landing spot for Cooper DeJean for what they want to do on defense.
Oh.
The versatility is there. Huh?
I was just sitting there. What you just said. I forgot the Packers haven't picked yet.
Yeah,
None of
they're
the
next
Lions.
after Detroit. But the Lions, I think it's Cooper DeJean here, and he has that gritty attitude that you want, super physical guy. I think
And that
that's
coach,
a Detroit guy to me.
yeah. And that coach, that's the kind of ball players he wants. That's who he is.
Yeah, so I think it's DeJean here. Or they could go offensive line. I know they just lost Jonah Jackson. They could go Graham Barton here, play him at guard. I don't think they will. I think DeJean is actually the pick here. I feel really confident about that. And if not here, at 25 to Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. Come on,
And
Roger.
actually, looking at my rankings, I probably would have had a first round grade on him if I put him at safety, but I kept him at corner. And that's kind of on me. So if he's there at 31, he'd be a guy that I would rush to the
Be
podium
considered.
to take.
All right.
Make him your free safety for the foreseeable future.
You know what? Tony, you might be honest. The 49ers may be concerned about that safety spot. You might, you know
Oh,
what?
they are.
Who at 31 would be your pick again? Which one?
So obviously, Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson, Graham Barton, those are going to be my top three regardless. But after that, I'd be happy with DeJean, Max Melton, even Jackson Powers Johnson, I think would be a hell of a pick at 31. So
All right.
there's a lot of guys here. Not enough guys will go off the board to where I feel we don't have a great player available to us. So
Yeah.
I
Right.
feel good. Just don't pick Roger Rosengarten, and I'll be happy.
Great. You know, because, and it's fine. I don't want to be picking a higher than 31. If I had my choice, we'd be picking 31, 32 every year. But, you know, you look at the draft, it's like being in a restaurant, and I do this. I look around and see what other people ordered, especially if it's one of those restaurants I haven't been to, but I know it's a good restaurant, and I see what they ordered. Well, can I change my order? You know,
Yeah.
it's like you can't do that here. You make the pick, it's over.
Exactly. Oh man, I like that analogy. That's really good because it's so
It's
true in so
exactly
many
what
ways.
happens. What are they coming out here with?
I swear, Goodell just wants to talk.
I know he's got an entourage of these must be special students.
So Terrion Arnold is what they're saying.
Wait, right now, these are the girls' flag football players.
Mm.
You got two guys in there.
On either end.
Yeah,
So I think the girl's gonna make the pick. She has the card in her hand.
yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Tony.
don't know.
Tony, take a shot. What are the Lions going to pick up?
Well, they're saying it's Terrion Arnold, the corner out of Alabama.
Oh no.
I don't like. He
that a
is
good
a
pick?
physical player. Let's see. Oh, she's coming up right now.
Roger, you got to pick that up off the floor.
She looks nervous.
She is, isn't she? Yeah. Well, you're right.
Yeah, so with him, like I
Tony,
think
give
he'll
me-
be a better pro than McKinstry. He's a bit faster, but
Okay.
both of them are just not that fast. And so this is where projection comes in.
But they
I
get
don't
picked up in
think
the
he's
first
as-
round, Tony. Now, how come? Tell me about this kid.
No, I'm not upset that he went in the first round. I think that's fair for him. He
Mm-hmm.
has great ball skills. Him and Kool-Aid, very intelligent players. Their
Mm.
technique is really good. Now, something we talked about earlier, he's 190. I don't know how much more I want him to bulk
Yeah.
up because he already only runs a 4.5 40, right? So
Okay.
with Kyrie Jackson, his 4.5 to me is superior than Arnold's because he's so much bigger and longer and more physical, and his frame will allow him to fill out even more past where he is, even though he's still really strong. But Arnold, his ball skills, excellent. And so if you put him in a zone heavy scheme, he will be a ball hawk. And I wouldn't be surprised with Detroit if they're running a lot of zone if he's the defensive rookie of the year because he has that ability.
Oh.
In terms of building a defense around a guy, I don't see it with him. The man coverage is never going to be great. Something that you kind of have to look for when you really trust your corners, you'll put them in man coverage so you can send more pressure and not allocate as many people to one side of the field. These guys, Arnold and McKinstry, never ran man coverage. And if they did, it was not really that often. So that's one thing that worries me a little bit. But if you're going zone heavy, this guy is a first round pick. And so, yeah.
As a matter of fact, think of a last kid that came out of Bama playing a corner that was worth mentioning.
For who?
Bama. Bama has a lot of wide receivers. There's always a running
Yes.
back here and there. Offensive and defensive linemen. I'm trying to think of the last time I heard about a cornerback coming out of Bama that made everybody go, wow.
Patrick Surtain.
Oh, wait. Is that what school he went to? Okay.
Yeah.
Who else?
Marlon Humphrey, I know, went to Bama on the Ravens.
There's been a few here and there.
Minka Fitzpatrick went to Bama. So there are a lot of guys.
Actually, Mika's one of my favorites. Okay, I take that back then. They do have a secondary. Because when they get to send people out to recruit, I just wonder what specifically do they really emphasize. But pretty much Bama, every position, every kid in America wants to go to Bama, LSU, Florida, Ohio State.
I can't hear you.
Oh, no, I'm saying, if recruiters come to your house as a kid and you're trying to get into a school to play ball because you want to go to the pro level, Bama, I mean, as soon as what's his name calls you up, whoa, aren't you? Yeah. Listen, I'd like to set up an appointment with you if we can do that.
Yeah.
And, Ohio State, LSU, all those teams down in all the SEC teams, it's always going to be, whoa, that gives me an advantage.
Exactly.
Is he from Detroit?
He
says he's home.
Interesting thing about that, they're sending people over when they're like 13, 14 years old.
Yeah.
And all these big programs are sending people to their house. It's crazy. What were you saying before that?
It was a dog-eat-dog world. You got to get those kids all pumped up and say the right things to them at the right time. It's crazy.
That's true. That's very true. I never thought about it that way. You're getting the idea in their head, so they favor it 5 years from now.
And especially when you're 13 and 14, you're so gullible. Coach comes in and says, so, I'm Nick Saban. You how would you like to come to Alabama and play football? He's already dreaming about that anyway. And I'm coming from Bama.
Exactly.
I'm coming from LSU. I'm coming from Ohio State. Maybe even something on the West Coast. Maybe I come from Stanford or SC. They're not what they used to be as far as, I mean, if a coach from Berkeley calls, they're probably going to not pay much attention to that. But still, Washington State, they got a couple of schools that might be interested in as a kid. But this guy's from Detroit. No wonder they picked him up, Tony.
Arnold is from Detroit?
He says, I'm home.
That might be part of it. I know they did that with Aiden Hutchinson, too. 2022. No, that was last year. No, it was 2023. Oh.
Yeah, Hutchinson's been around for a couple of years already.
Time flies. He's a third-year player. And he feels like he's been here. No, he's a second-year player.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to be bothered with them the year before last. I said, you know what? Hutchinson came right into the league, segueing right from where he came from out of school. I said, guys, I'm telling you right now, we don't want Detroit in the first round. Man, come on, man. Detroit ain't nothing. I said, oh, man, I just don't like that matchup. See, Tony, a lot of people don't pay attention to matchups. You've got to pay attention to matchups. Whether that team may not be able to beat this team or that team, but it's funny. The Hawks were able to beat us every time they saw us for that long stretch of time. The Hawks could not beat the Rams and save their lives.
Yeah.
Who could beat the Rams with ease? Us. It doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is.
Exactly. And the one time we needed to beat them, we still couldn't. In the playoffs.
Guess who hasn't been back in the league since? I feel sorry for,
Hart.
Yeah, he hasn't. It was one mistake, and now he can't get back in the league to save his life. That's so sad.
I also think there were some character things too.
Maybe.
The way he talked about the Niners when he left, I think might have rubbed teams the wrong way.
Yeah, Klosky. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, the Packers pick is in. I think it's Cooper DeJean here. I will stick by that. And I'll tell you why. The versatility he offers, the physicality he offers, and the ball skills. Yeah. Those are Green Bay Packers traits.
Yeah.
And you see it with guys like Darnell Savage a few years ago. And even if Eric Stokes, the corner. Yeah. Kind of like that. He's very versatile. He can play inside and outside. But DeJean gives you the
Stokes is that guy who's like the most tenacious. He's the guy, isn't he? Is it Stokes? One of those guys. Really, you just couldn't get him off you.
Jair Alexander, I think.
Yeah, Jair. That's him.
Yeah. So I think he makes their secondary incredible. Although I don't think they need anything really. They're one of the most well-rounded rosters in football. They're just so young that last year they didn't show it,
Building.
but they will be so good.
Tackle. They picked a tackle.
Really, who did they take?
Jordan Morgan.
They took Jordan Morgan.
Yeah. 6'5", 311. Smooth mover. Oh, see, he had one struggle though.
I'm
He got,
happy about that. You know, he's a guy that if he were there at 31, I'd be
you probably
like, yeah,
took him.
that's fine, but I wouldn't be excited about it. But he's one of the more pro-ready players in the draft and one of the best pass protectors.
That technique I just seen was clean.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
he's very
he got,
clean, excellent feet, great hand usage. He'll probably play guard, just has short arms, but
yeah,
for
just what you just
Green
mentioned.
Bay, I don't know. They might keep him outside. One more time?
Yeah, just what you just mentioned. The hand movements. I just seen him working that day. He had him in the collar. The dude just could not get loose.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, this dude from Detroit, boy, he's having a fun time. The kids Detroit just picked up. He's taking it all in. He better not be sitting on a bench.
He's so happy. And that's crazy because Quinyon Mitchell, 2 picks before him, was distraught and could not believe he fell that far.
It
And
happens every year,
Arnold's,
Tony.
yeah,
You notice that? There's always a player that feels like he got abused or mistreated. He's still in the first round, but he's too late in the first round, and he thought he was a lot better than some of the guys that left playing his same position. It's got to
yeah.
be a really disgusting feeling.
And honestly, too, that might give him more motivation to be even better for the Eagles, which
And then there's
scares me
that.
even more.
Yep. Got to
Man,
prove to
it
everybody.
just sucks. There's certain players that you don't think, like, yeah, they'll be great, but they won't be game changers. He's a game changer. And so he's not someone I want to prepare for if we're playing Philly. Because now what they're going to do, they're going to use him like Trent McDuffie, jam you at the line of scrimmage, so physical, you're not going to get past him. And now Debo's out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
Because McDuffie, didn't he make a huge difference in that Super Bowl? I thought, because I always feel like with the 49ers, you can take away a couple of weapons. You can take a weapon away here. Hell, you can take 2 weapons away from the 49ers. That's not going to help you any. As long as I got Christian McCaffrey back in the background, it's going to ruin everything you got planned. And they made it work. We didn't score as many points as we should have. What is the defensive coordinator's name in Kansas City? Dude is brilliant.
Spagnuolo was great, and
Oh.
he wasn't looked that way for so long because he was on the Giants and they didn't have the personnel.
Yeah.
But now you give him Chris Jones, Hall of Famer, the best corner tandem in the league, some great linebackers. Of course he's going to do well with those. So
Could not get loose. But, Brock Purdy put it very clear. There's a lot of things that I need to learn. We look at Brock Purdy. A lot of people look at Brock Purdy. He's not even near a finished product. He made some mistakes. He knows. He admitted to it. And there's some things that he needs to improve on that he's going to try to improve on. We're going to see a special Brock Purdy this year. I have a very good feeling about this because he's got all the essentials he needs to be a good quarterback. What we seen was a prodigy in the first 2 years. And people keep, man, Brock Purdy's one of the reasons why you guys lost. Let me tell you something about Brock Purdy, man. Brock Purdy's played how many games? What are you talking about? Wait a minute. So
he is just going to keep growing. People are taking him at face value. I don't think he'll ever be Caleb Williams or Patrick Mahomes, but he'll be a damn good quarterback who can win you a Super Bowl.
Exactly. He doesn't need to be them. They can be them. I want him to be the best Brock Purdy he can be because, like you're saying, I think that'll be efficient. That'll be sufficient. You look at Joe Montana. Back in his day, Joe Montana was not considered the golden boy. Supreme. There was a lot of quarterbacks hanging around that were probably better than Joe, but Joe was the one who would kick their ass. You look at Dan Marino. Dan Marino's probably better than Joe, but Dan never could get it done. Wasn't always his fault, but that's the way it goes. So Brock, just be the best Brock you can be. That's all I need.
And I think that's also why J.J. McCarthy, exactly what you said, why he went in the first round. Because, he's not Dan Marino, but between the ears, in terms of how he handles himself, is he a winner? Those are traits that people look for. And Brock has those. And it just so happens he fell to round 7 and we could get that from him. But he really is. I'm excited to see his development. And I hope he can make his arm even stronger through tightening up his mechanics, which are still really good.
Yeah.
Gets them tighter. He could throw a little bit faster. That would be the next step for him. But he's
Yeah.
just so intelligent, Rombo.
He's
That's
brilliant.
what I love
That's what I'm
about
saying.
him.
He keeps thinking out there, and for him to be able to process as quickly as he does in a league that's moving a lot faster than it was at Iowa, I'm impressed. I have been
Me
from
too.
like the beginning. I didn't believe what I was seeing when I first saw it. I thought, oh, he got lucky that time, didn't he? And it kept happening. He got lucky that time too. I don't think so. That's not lucky this time. He did that. Oh, here we go. 26.
So I don't know what their depth chart looks like. I would assume one of the O linemen go off the board here to Tampa, but I need to double check this. Could be Nate Wiggins too. They do like to run a lot of man coverage, and that's what he does. So I don't know. They're an interesting team. Like they're pretty good everywhere, not great anywhere, except for defensive tackle.
He's at the top of the chart. Daniel Jeremiah's got Barton, Dejan, Newton, Guyton, Mitchell. You know what? Some of these guys are going to be left here in a few minutes, aren't they? Tony, out of that list, Daniel Jeremiah's list, some of those guys are on your list as well. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, but a lot
Probably
of them
be able
are
to make a
second
better.
round.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Like, for example, A.D. Mitchell from Texas, Cooper DeJean, those are all second round picks for me.
Okay.
So, like Kool-Aid, second round pick for me. So they can take any one of those guys. I'm happy with it. Just stay away from Barton, and I'll be happy.
Because you know, Tony, at 31, you might as well be in the second round. You're already there, so it won't be such a bad thing to pick up whatever second rounders you have in mind.
Yeah. So that's also the tough thing because I only have 24 first round grades. So there's going to be 8 guys taken in the first round minimum that have second round grades or later. So you just kind of have to be okay with that at 31, that you're going to get a second round player.
Yeah.
Graham Barton.
They picked him up. That's the guy that's the guy you wanted to see hang out, and you knew it was going to happen. And they waited till they got right in our face to take it from us. You know what I mean?
Man, I would have traded up to 24 or 25 to get this kid.
I really wanted a quality line, but they're going to go get that kid up in Washington, Tony. You watch. Because they know they can get him at 31. And pretty much.
You can get him at 31 because nobody wants him in the top 50. Man. But the good thing here, Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson, Jackson Powers Johnson, they're all on the board. And so now I have an eerie feeling that Jackson Powers Johnson is going to the Cardinals. I just have a feeling.
They got another pick, don't they? Before we do.
Yeah, they're next. They're at 27. So if he goes, there are no more first round offensive linemen for me.
This guy plays lacrosse?
The 2D. Sorry?
This kid's playing lacrosse?
Yeah, no, he's an athletic freak.
He's an athlete.
I love this kid. True athlete. Not going to be like a Marius Mims 6'7", but I run a 5 foot or a 5 second 40-yard dash. It's not going to be like that.
Yeah.
But it's sneaky. It's like the fluidity and quick feet. That for me is what makes him a special athlete. People don't talk about it enough either.
Well,
so
this is the 49ers.
It's crazy.
The 49ers couldn't get any deal done if it's true what they were saying about the Roger walking slower and slower on every pick. But you know what, this may be his last year. I'm doing this. My God, it's like he's wearing him out. Sit down between picks, Raj. God.
You can see it. Oh, man.
There it is.
Darius. That was one that I was thinking about to the Cardinals.
And I think the 49ers we talked about him earlier, didn't we?
Darius, yeah, he's one of my gold helmet prospects.
Yeah,
I love him.
This is the guy that would have been picked up.
Yeah, so, I mean, day one, he'll be great for them. I wasn't expecting them to go there just because I thought the center, just something they could use right now to help the offense. But if you're building a team, you do want to build in the trenches, and he's a very safe pick. You know he's going to be great against the run, even if he doesn't develop as a pass rusher. you're okay with it.
Oh, Tony,
So
he's worth
again,
gold. I
Tuesday
mean, if he
picks.
could stop the run, he's a 49er that got away.
I agree. But like I said before, you're not going to trade up for a guy if you have all these guys in that range. Nate Wiggins, 16, Johnny Newton, 20, Jackson Powers Johnson, 22. And so one of those guys will fall to us. Question is, will we take them? I really hope we do.
It's getting scary
Let's
as
see.
it gets closer to 31.
Buffalo at 28, I think they'll take a receiver here.
I mean, clearly. But who's left? That's worth
Their number
worth getting.
one is Khalil Shakir.
Oh,
and
I
Curtis
forgot.
Samuel.
Leggett is there.
Leggett could
right?
go too. I think Mitchell's definitely a better prospect.
Then Leggett.
Moves like the way he moves is so special, and he has the ability to truly be an elite top 5 receiver. He has that innate ability. I don't know if Leggett has that, although he'll be really good.
All right.
But like we talked about before with the taking plays off, the mood swings, do what I want when I want. Do they really want that in Buffalo after they just got rid of Stephon Diggs? I don't know.
No. You've got to get a character. Yeah, hopefully they interview these guys. You've got to get kids with good character. You can see
Yes.
the winners passed on DK because DK actually got mad at him during the interview. I said, well, he apologized later. Before I said, well, that's all we need to know. And they would have been dead right. DK is a loose cannon out there. He may do anything at any time to hurt your team.
Exactly. He's just do what I want when I want because I feel like I'm that good. It doesn't matter.
And his temper's way out of control.
I don't like it, and I'm glad we passed on him.
I wanted him so bad, man, because I watched him out of what school did he go to?
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss. I was watching him. Jesus Christ! I look at the size of this guy. I didn't realize how fast he could run, but I seen him moving down the field. The distance he would put between him and the receiver. Once he got the ball, it was all over. So who is this dude, man? How tall is he? I found out how big he was. Oh man. Niners.
Yeah.
DK. I remember before the season started, draft, I was arguing this. DK. Then I found out he self-destructed during an interview. I said, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You don't want that. You don't want problems as a team. And that was also just a couple years after Reuben Foster was cut by the team.
Oh, yeah. They were still bruised up.
Yeah.
The 49ers learned. God.
So if you have any character concerns, you're not picking that player. And that's something we've learned with this team. They value character more than anything.
Interviews.
And I like that.
Because that less drama. You know what's so funny about Reuben, though? How could you see that coming? Reuben Foster had lady problems. Who knew that? Reuben's an idiot when it comes to his love life. My God,
Definitely.
Reuben, what are you doing?
That got him cut because he lied to the team.
Whoa. And then he shouldn't have been in any...
traded up.
He shouldn't have been in any position to have to lie. I've never seen anybody in the league have this kind of... Well, Deshaun Watson is a different story, though. But Reuben, these are girlfriends. Why are you inviting her to your hotel knowing she's going to come in to fight? What did you do that for? Why? That situation when he's living in Santa Clara, and she called the police on him because he said he was trying to shoot her. They found a weapon at Reuben's house. Reuben, what is wrong with you? I was so excited when they drafted you. You're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. I was so mad. Damn.
He had all the potential to be a great player, and he threw it away.
Guy had skills.
Man. Luckily, that nightmare's over.
Yeah.
And we have a nice team now. We have great linebackers. Who would have thought we would have had 2 All-Pro linebackers?
Yeah.
In back-to-back drafts after that. So I'm happy.
It's insane. I remember Big Show was all, he wanted offense. Big Show. We need defense. You're not going to win anything without a defense. Oh, there's defense. Who? Well, you don't have to get that position. You can also pick up Fred. I said, Fred who? And he said, what? Who? I said,
Man.
what? Oh, now I'm thinking, wow. So I've trusted Show ever since then. So
And
you got to build a defense. So I do still believe if you got a solid defense, well, the Kansas City Chiefs beat us with a solid defense because their offense wasn't all that day.
it was not that good. It wasn't. They just got lucky that we were the perfect matchup for them. If they played the Lions, I think they lose the Super Bowl. I
Yeah.
really believe.
Packers too.
Packers too. Like,
It's just us. We found a way.
but we should have won. We were the better team for
Yes.
3/4
Yes.
in that game,
Yes.
and we lost. Man, it just sucks.
Had no
I've
business
seen
going to
3
overtime.
Super Bowls in my lifetime, and we've lost all 3.
Jesus. And all of them in stupid fashion. Harbaugh did not have to pass. Tony, you know what? The year before that, Kyle Williams, again. The Giants should not have went to that. Phew, man.
Feels like we're cursed. I don't know why. It's like we're always on the edge of everything. The Ravens Super Bowl, the Giants and the Seahawks in the championship games, the other Chiefs Super Bowls as well. Like, we might be cursed, and I might have to just accept that fact.
10-point leads. Fourth quarter. Found a way to give it back.
Don't remind me.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous. It really is. I don't like thinking about it too much because there's so much to look forward to in the
I get mad every
future.
time I do that. I agree.
But it's hard not to. Cool. So the Chiefs traded up to 28. Buffalo moved back.
Hey, wait. Hey, where's Dallas? Oh, Dallas is at 29. Oh, they're
If I had to guess here, my guess would probably be Lad McConkey, Xavier Worthy.
Oh, I forgot
One
about
of
it.
those.
I forgot
That
about
would
the
be my guess.
speedster, Xavier.
Yeah, no, he's fast. He really
know.
is.
And the Chiefs want to let Mahomes air that arm out because Patrick Mahomes became a quarterback like everybody else in the league last year. He was doing short routes. He was getting picked off a lot, though, the year before. I forgot what game he lost, but you could see that the confidence in that airing the ball out, Patrick was getting picked off right and left. They had to change things a little bit and start doing what everybody else does. A few more throws across short routes, shots across timing routes, going across the middle, doing a lot of things everybody else does. So it's pretty funny watching that. You make a bet. Mahomes has been reduced to everybody else's level, huh? Okay.
It sucks because he had nobody to throw to, and he was still hyper efficient, taking the check down and throwing RPOs and screens. It's crazy.
It's just insane. How you gonna beat that? He beat Lamar Jackson. He beat Josh. Getting through the playoffs, he should have lost both of those games.
Exactly.
And they come
He
in and
just finds a way.
I know it's a mark of a champion. Oh.
They took Worthy.
Wow. What a story. They've always got these human interest stories 2 or 3 times during the draft, it seems.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Make a wish.
Oh, please. The back-to-back Super Bowl champions pick a bullet up for Patrick for Mahomes to throw at. Xavier Worthy.
That it makes a lot of sense for what they want to do, and I'm actually scared.
I am too. I was talking about this after the combine. I said, you know what? Just don't let him end up in Kansas City. And lo and behold, he ends up in Kansas City. Look at this defender. He has no chance.
What I love about Worthy, he's 165. He's only 6 feet tall, but he plays bigger than his frame.
Yeah, he's
And
gonna have to.
like the route running, the cuts, like they're showing here. To me, that's what made me really like him. Is you have speed guys, but very few can run routes like that.
Yeah,
The guys like
but
Tyreek Hill and Tank
yeah.
Dell, who are
Oh,
amazing with their
Hill.
speed, they run routes really, really well. So
So they
he's
tell
one
you,
of those guys.
that's
I
not
love
good.
Worthy.
I'm not liking this. You know, that's a
And they
guy.
have Marquise Brown too. I forgot.
Oh God! And they got Sharif. No Sharif. Is Sharif has got himself into a hell of a lot of trouble here just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, Rasheed Rice. I don't know if he'll be back this year. Just he fled the
That's why
scene.
Steve said, "Let's go get another wide receiver." Sharif is a bad citizen. No matter what happens, he ain't coming back here. Dumb, 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 dumb.
Man. Okay, here we go. The Cowboys have their pick in. I think. Oh, I don't want it
Yeah.
to be this. It might be Jackson Powers Johnson. They lost Tyler Biotish in free agency to the Cowboys, and their center right now is Brock Hoffman. So never heard of him before, and that's for a reason. I think they're gonna take Jackson Powers Johnson, 29.
Oh, here he comes, flying down the track on that 4-2-1.
You're
Oh
still in
my
love with him, huh?
God, Tony. Patrick's just going to sit back and fire the ball as hard as he can and watch that bullet catch it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good for the NFL. That is not good.
The issue too, Kelsey underneath, Pacheco in the run
Oh,
game, Worthy over
oh,
top. Who are you gonna stop?
oh, oh, oh. That's the middle is now open for business.
Now, Red Eye, he's saying Tyreek Hill is more durable than Worthy. Hill can take hits, Worthy can't. I
Well, see, that's
understand
what I'm
what
banking on too. You know, how many hits can he take? Because you know what, Tony? As soon as I see him coming off the line of scrimmage, I'm going to risk getting a penalty. I'm going to hit him so hard that he's going to hear a bell. Because I know if he gets behind me, it's over anyway.
Yeah, what's different about Tyreek Hill? Tyreek Hill is thick and he can absorb blows.
And you can't. Tyreek Hill is so quick with his feet. You can't launch and hit him. How many times do you ever see him get knocked off? He rarely gets knocked off. Hill is past you before you even had a chance to launch.
Mm-hmm. He's just a special player. The speed isn't what makes him what he is.
A lot of things.
So, but like with Worthy, he plays bigger than his size, but he's frail. It's not like Tyreek Hill, who's a thick player.
Yeah.
His body is frail, so I see what he means, and by no means is he Tyreek Hill. I don't think he'll ever be. But I think the high-end comp would be Deshaun Jackson. Tank
Guyton's out of
Dell.
here. They picked up tackle Tyler Guyton. How do you pronounce his name? Guyton or Guyton? Guyton.
Wait, Guyton. I think that's what I mocked for him, actually, for him to go to the Cowboys. He's a typical Cowboy pick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I had him in my mock
they're-
going to them. That's
You know,
good.
but the Cowboys are good at picking offensive linemen. If I could get them to pick our offensive linemen every year, I would. When's the last time? They built one of the greatest offensive lines in football history a few years ago until they started leaving them. But they still have a decent offensive line usually. Look at Guyton. Look at that dude.
Yeah,
The dude's out there. He has no
good.
chance to get past him. Ah, how big is this
The
guy,
thing-
Tony?
Guyton, for me, he's big. My issue is he's been in college for so long, and his hand placement, his footwork, literally everything about his game is still so inconsistent. You'll see one rep and you say all pro tackle, but then
Yeah.
the next four are like, dude, you've been in college for 4 years. Why isn't this fixed?
What's called it? A lot of players, they've always had problems. They're unorthodox to some degree. You can see them doing drills all day long in practice. You can see the footwork going on. Mike McGlinchey was one of those kind of guys. Mike McGlinchey would abandon everything he knew sometimes to make the most ridiculous moves I'd ever seen in my life. I said, no coach taught him that. And I got a feeling I think there's a lot of offensive linemen have that problem because things are happening so quick. They go back to just primeval, whatever I can do to get this done.
Yeah. He is definitely not a smart player. And that's kind of what you're talking about here, where I got beat. Let me just do whatever I can to get back into it. But it's weird because I can see a career where he's an all-pro tackle. I can see a career where he's out of the league in 3 years.
Yeah.
He's good in pass protection, I'd honestly say like amazing at times, just not all the time. And he needs work in the run game. But when you're in college for that long and you don't improve those areas,
You should,
that's
yeah,
why he was a second round pick for me.
yeah.
It
He,
scares
he,
me.
repetition should finally make it a part of you. You should not still have to abandon technique because you got beat or anything else. That's why
Exactly.
it's so important. It really is. You got to get that stuff down. Stay out there until it's dark. Just get it right.
Absolutely. I'm with you there. And he's just not that player. That's why Graham Barton to me was such a special draft pick. And I'm sad he went to the Bucks because there's none of that on film. It's improvement every year. It's high IQ. It's when I get beat, like, yeah, I got beat, but I'm not going to be stupid about it.
Yeah.
So, but I'm big on
Did John?
development in college. How much
Tony,
did you improve? And that's a big
exactly.
deal.
Coaches will tell you about that
Another,
all the time too. They give you evaluations. They'll call you in and give those to you and tell you what you're doing wrong and what you should be doing right. And we've been doing
Mhm.
this for a little while now. We're concerned about your development. Well, Coach, I've had a few problems at home and everything. Okay, fine. Because a lot of
Yeah.
guys come up with excuses as to why they're struggling. If you've ever
Yeah.
been around enough ball players, it's funny. It
Leggett
really
is
is.
different. He's one player where I'm not concerned because of all the things that happened, and it was more than just his parents passing away. But he's the one guy where I'm like, okay, you did develop a whole lot this past year, so I can believe in it. I don't see that with Guyton. It's a lot
Well,
of
he's not. We don't have to be bothered with him. So let him go to Dallas and let Nick work him. Hey, he's a tackle, right? Who's a left tackle for the Cowboys? Is he? He's not gonna
Tyron
get.
Smith. Oh,
Oh, he's not
Tyler
gonna.
Smith, actually. Tyler
He's not
Smith.
gonna get. He's not moving, right?
No, but Guyton will play right tackle. That's what he played in college.
Okay.
So yeah, he'll be fine. Here, Baltimore, Nate Wiggins fits their mold of corners. He really does. Fast man coverage, press heavy. He can do that. But I also look at their team. I would I think AD Mitchell might be the pick here. Because they don't have a true X receiver. I love Zay Flowers. He was my top receiver last year, but he's more of a Z, a flanker. Move him, motion him a lot. AD Mitchell, that's not the type of guy. But Todd Monk in their OC was at Georgia for a long time, and you need receivers to run that offense effectively. So I could see them taking that here. I
Yeah,
really could.
definitely do. But Lamar Jackson, though, I worry about offensive linemen, and do they know where they're supposed to be?
Hmm.
That's got to be really hard for them. I guess if you play with them long enough, you can figure that out.
But even then, it's just he's such a magician. Yeah, there's Nate Wiggins off the
Yeah.
board. He's such a magician. You can never play him for it. So just get the
Six.
guys who are going to hold the blocks, and you can't
Yeah,
really.
173. This guy's another guy that's light in the pants. My God, 6'1", 173. Look
But
at
I
the
think he
size
can bulk
difference.
up. He's
You're gonna
6'1"
have
and
to.
like he has the frame to do it.
He can do it. Yeah, he can do it without losing. But
And he's
the
also
quickness.
4.27 speed.
Woo!
Like, okay, maybe he runs a 4.35 now after putting on 10 pounds. He's still one of the fastest
Doesn't
corners in
matter.
football.
4-3 will do.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he a kick
Going from a
return
4.2
specialist
to a
too?
4.3, I can live with. Man, but another pick where it's like, how did he fall to the Ravens? Man, that's crazy. But now we're up, Ronbo. It's 31.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? Can you believe our turn is finally here?
So
And there's Ellis. He's one-legged. But Ellis, I don't know if we're going to get a wide receiver, though. I can't imagine 49ers getting a wide receiver in the first round. But this is like the second round. Maybe.
the pick
Georgia
has to be
Costanza-
Jackson
a lot of
Powers
guys.
Johnson here. It has to be.
There's a lot of guys in here for – Leggett's got fans in here, man. Wow.
I'm not going to say I'll be upset if it's not Jackson Powers Johnson, but there couldn't be a better fit for us right now at 31
All right.
because the IQ is off the charts good. He fills a natural need at center. And on top of that, he has one of the highest floors in the draft out of anybody. He's almost bust proof the way I look at him. And so
I think you're right. It's going to be an offensive lineman. Tony, if there's anything that Kyle Shanahan never forgets is a mistake that cost him a game. Offensive line, if indeed that if you stop Chris Brown, just slow him down a little bit. And like you were saying, the wrong read was made. Aiyuk was just wide open. He could have went to his other side. And Chris was on the right side anyway, right? His right, yeah, his right. So, if he looks the other way, Brandon Aiyuk had already beaten his man to death. Go that way. No. You got JJ right here. I can see him clearly. Here comes Chris Brown as well. So, Kyle's probably sitting there thinking, part to do is with Brock, but still, I need somebody to stand up and make that play. Chris Brown has no business walking in there untouched. Damn it.
Now, more important than that, too, is the protections that were set. And a lot of cases were not the right protection to set.
Yep, that's
and so that's a Brendel thing. Like, he's a center. In Kyle's offense, he makes the call at the line. He's not super intelligent. He's fine enough. Barely average. But Jackson Powers-Johnson has the ability to do many different things. And what I love as well, you can pull him from the center spot. He's that fast and quick in space. He's that nimble. And that's one thing Jason Kelce, for so many years, you usually think about, okay, I'll pull my guards. Maybe I'll pull my tackle from time to time. They would pull Kelce across the formation at center. He snaps the ball so quickly, and his feet are so quick. He can go boom, snap, and then he's already out in space. So that's why, for me, Powers-Johnson is the pick here. You don't leave the first round without him.
Looks like it could be, Tony.
I hope that made sense to you and the viewers.
Oh, no, it did. It did. I love versatility in my players, and I know the 49ers, because they've always got people training out of position. So if you're good at that, the 49ers should put you at the top of the list.
Move around. And even then, he can be a great guard if you want him to be there. I still think he's a center, but if he's right guard, he's better than Burford. I strongly believe that.
Well, you know what? You're not gonna need an argument from me about Burford. Burford, my God, Burford. This is the game of your life. Please don't make a mistake.
And he wasn't even supposed to play. He got subbed
Beat
in
out.
because, man, Feliciano
got hurt.
Now, Ronbo, here, we haven't picked yet. The pick is not in, so I think we're trying to trade back right now.
The 49ers, they'll make us wait all day long to trade on the first round. And I made a joke about that over on Twitter.
Man.
What's the foot?
We've been here for almost 4 hours. And, yeah, so they did make a pick. A couple guys, just disclaimer, I think could go here that I wouldn't quite want to go here, but I'd be okay with. Max Melton out of Rutgers, they met with him. Marshawn Nealand, he has flown up draft boards recently, and he's my 5th-ranked edge. He has a power profile, just not really much of a plan at all, and needs to get a deeper move bag, but he has all the potential to be an elite player, elite motor. I think Cooper DeJean here, play him at safety, that could be a pick that I really like. But thinking outside the box, Christian Haynes, guard out of Connecticut, the best zone blocker in the draft, okay? You might want to go for a receiver. You could go A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, any of those guys. The one guy I fear they'll take, though, is Roger Rosengarten. And I pray it's not him. Now, Jed's talking to him. Man.
Our offensive line coach looks delighted, Tony.
Chris Forster?
Yeah, Chris looks like he's pumped.
Yeah, that could be amazing or it could be atrocious. It could be Jackson Powers or Roger Rosengarten. So I don't know.
Could be DT.
Who do you want here?
I don't want us to reach for an offensive lineman. I do. Who's left as far as the defensive tackle?
Johnny Newton.
Is he
Illinois?
Okay.
Yeah, he's my 20th ranked player. I love him.
General Jeremiah, if you want a receiver, there's still plenty left out there too. There's no way they're going after a receiver.
Well, now, also, I wouldn't go tackle here because there's so many in the second round that are great. Darius Robinson is different because he can play edge, D-tackle. He can play everywhere. He's different. But now the D-tackles, it's like, okay, I can still get some really great ones in the second, third round. I'll probably wait.
Oh, God.
Let's see here.
Here we go. Tony, who was Ricky Pearsall? Excellent hand, route polish, Michael Gallup connection, 6'1", 189.
We need a guy like him. I won't say that we won't, but for a first round pick, again, they're doing it again. They're taking guys they really love and they have a good feeling about. He's not a first round receiver. I have him in the second round, and that's great, but no.
I could have traded down and got some more picks to get Ricky Pearsall. What did they do? Tony, I don't have an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. The 49ers are going to say, well, we didn't need him. We don't, what's left of the draft is no better than what we have in camp now. Ricky Pearsall, and Tony, you never even mentioned him earlier when you were talking about wide receivers. I've never heard anybody say anything about Ricky Pearsall.
No, he's a great player. I don't want to get that wrong. And he'll come in day one. He'll be great in the intermediate level, short level, because he's such a great route runner. And he's great hands. He really is.
Does he have
speed? He does. It's like 4.45, I think, is the range here. So he's a great player. I'll even say great, but he's not
really? Okay. Oh, my God.
Traded back. Here are the guys I have ahead of him in my rankings. A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, Javon Baker, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette. I already said his name. Xavier Worthy. Then it's Ricky Pearsall. So there's five guys.
You mentioned 3 guys. 5 guys ahead of this kid.
It's just ridiculous. Like, you could have traded back. Trade with Carolina. At least take him at 33. I'd feel a lot better about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Niners.
Because I like the player. He's a second-round player to me. But he's not a first-round player. I cannot get behind this.
So this is the thing, what I'm saying. You could have went down and got Pearsall if you need him that bad, and get another second-round pick possibly, or something, a third. We lost the 4th anyway. You could have got one more pick, and we went and got Ricky Pearsall at 31. I'd love to interview Kyle. Can you explain that to us? Well, do you have a problem with the pick? Oh, no, I'm just saying there was other options. I thought you needed an offensive lineman. What are you going to do now? The 49ers are going to say, we can get an offensive lineman. We got one already targeted in the second round.
If they take one second round, I'm fine with that. But Ricky Pearsall is not a needle mover. He doesn't make your team that much better today.
This is what I'm talking about.
Receivers in front of him.
God. Well, I don't know why I'm feeling like this. I know I was going to feel some kind of way. I'm trying to think of the last time I got excited in the first round pick. It's been a couple of years. That's right. So I don't even know what I felt like. What's that?
The last one that I loved, Brandon Aiyuk.
So funny. I didn't know anything about him either.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you right now, Aiyuk is a better prospect coming out than Ricky Pearsall. There's no debate. None. So, the tough thing with this guy, how are you going to use him without taking your star players off the field? And he's not even the best player on the board. Like, I know Kyle loves his receivers, but you had Jackson Powers-Johnson on the board, Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell, Max Melton, Christian Haynes. I can keep going on and on. They're not taking BPA. And that's what I don't like about it.
And they do this every year. And Tony, they're planning. Okay, it's like we talked about. Juwan Jennings is just gone next year. Are they looking for the next Juwan? I'm really not happy with this.
But he's not Juwan Jennings. They're different slot receivers. Juwan is a big slot, and I'd rather have the Ricky type. But who are you taking off the field? We're not running 4 receivers on the field. We're not doing JJ, Debo, Aiyuk, and Pearsall. That's not happening. So clearly they think one of them is going to be traded. I hope it's Debo if one of them has to go. And you trade him for a second, third round pick, and you'd be done with it. But it still wouldn't make sense because of the cap hit that you'd incur with Debo.
Yeah. Okay. It's anticlimactic. I mean, this is just all the names you mentioned all day, and they picked up Ricky Pearsall. Okay.
It just sucks because I really like the player too. I see Chad in here saying I cry about the pick every year. I'm usually
You're
right.
Not as bad as me. I
love
cry
Brandon
about it too.
Out. Like even the last 2 years, I didn't like Drake Jackson, didn't like Ambry Thomas, didn't like Trey Sermon. I cried then, and that's okay because I'm convicted in my opinion. Now
I
again,
just didn't see a
I've
wide
never
receiver.
receiver. I trust Kyle because he is a receiver, but at the same time, the value that you're getting from Pearsall as opposed to trading back,
Oh, but remember,
that's
Tony,
what I look at.
that's,
Right?
that's a good point, too. But remember, Kyle seems to know how he can use certain receivers by what he's watched on film. So maybe we can get excited about this later, and we can say things like, you know what? I overreacted on draft night. I said, Ricky Pearsall, who is that? But you know who he was. But I don't even watch college football. I just know about the Golden Boys coming down the red carpet and everybody talks
Yeah.
about all day long. So hearing this name, and I've heard about Leggett every day. I've heard about Worthy every day. And,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just
But Pearsall is very underrated. And I had him at like 80 in my initial rankings, and he moved all the way up to 51. I like the player.
yeah.
But for
Well-
what we could have gotten back to have ammo to trade back up,
Yeah.
like you go down to 40 with Washington, and then
Yeah.
you can get like pick 100 with it as well. Well, then now I can use that pick to trade back in
There you go.
and get another top 50 player. So
See?
that's what I'm confused about. Maybe
And
they
that-
were trying to trade. I know I said that. Where
Well, you know they were. But Leggett, explosive, physical yak. AJ Brown upside. What? 6'1", 221. Kyle! What is going on? This was a better pick. If I'm going to lose Jawan Jennings next year, why would I go for this guy? I didn't know Leggett was a big dude. Oh, you can't bring...
yeah, Leggett is thick too.
I'm looking at him like
the
the guy's
South
huge.
Carolina mold is thick receivers who can run.
Oh man, and Pierce. There's got to be a reason to get Pearsall. Tony, help me understand that. I didn't know what Leggett looked like. Everybody talked about him. I didn't know what he looked. Look at that dude. That's the one I wanted. I could let Debo go. I could get. Oh man.
You know, too, he went to Arizona State, and I wonder if there's a connection there with Herm Edwards, who they talked to about Brandon
Pearsall?
Aiyuk. Yes. So he transferred to Florida a couple years ago.
But this guy, Leggett's a 49er, Tony. Look what he does. He hurts people when you try to bring him down. This is what we do.
Man. I really want to like the pick because I really like the player, and that's the tough thing.
You know, like
But it's like I'm not taking, I don't know, Tyrone
Back-to-back
Tracy in the
receivers.
first round, even though I love him.
yeah.
Who did the Panthers take?
They took Leggett. That's what I was looking
Okay.
at. Yes. And this dude's huge. He's going downfield. He's rumbling downfield. People are trying to take him down. He's just running through rampage, and he's a Hulk.
Yeah. I
Now
love
I know
him,
why
but
people like him.
Pearsall- The thing with Leggett, Pearsall's ready now, and he will be an excellent number 2 in his career. I just don't know
so?
where he fits to help us win now, and I think you could have traded back and gotten a similar tier of player, even if he went. That's how I feel about that.
Well, okay, we're going to have to wait and see.
Man, they do this every single year, and I always tell myself I won't be upset with the pick, but just their evaluation has always been weird on certain guys. Like Jed saying Reuben Foster would have been their pick at 3 if Solomon Thomas went. You don't forget about things like that.
No, and they'll say these things. Well, they're going to explain Pearsall. Leggett, no, I didn't know. I'd never seen him before until today. People were talking about him a lot, and I just seen that monster. He's
Yeah.
AJ Brown,
He
the
has the
second
potential.
coming.
He's not quite there yet, so I can see a team like the Panthers doing it because they have nothing to win for right now. The Niners taking Leggett would be a bit different,
Yeah.
but also a round 1 receiver doesn't make any sense.
Well, you know what?
I just
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I was going back to. To get a receiver in the first round anyway is starting to bother me. But, yeah.
Now, what I will say, they took McGlinchey round 1 in 2020 or 2018, and they traded Trent Brown the next day. So
I thought they traded him the day before.
AJ
Okay, yeah.
could be on the move, Debo could be on the move. I don't think Aiyuk will be just for the value,
Oh.
but that's
I
what
forgot
I would
about that.
assume they're trying to do now that he's on the team, because you don't draft a round 1 receiver to be your number 4. It just doesn't happen.
Oh. A good point, Tony. That's right. Why would I pick him up in the first round to redshirt him? That's
Now they
true.
also might think JJ is under contract for one more year. Aiyuk is under contract for one more
Possibly
year.
only another year. That's why I just pointed out to you. They got him to replace
Why-
somebody coming
why
up
are
in the
you planning
future.
for the future like that? That's what I don't understand. You need to win now. And there's guys who can help you win now and be the future.
Okay, well, it's
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off so many times. I'm
No,
just shocked.
yeah, I'm shocked too. It's okay. You know, it's traumatic to watch the 49ers do this. But we tried to put sense to it. Maybe we hit the right one. Okay, they're concerned about receivers in the future. Pearsall does show some kind of qualities they really do appreciate.
Man.
Tony, we're gonna wrap up. We've been here for a while, and
Yeah.
I'm crushed. I really am. Okay, you know what though?
If there's
I have no
news
business being
tonight that
crushed.
Debo,
What?
go for it.
I
Go
guess
for
we
it.
got to wait a minute. It's going to be explained. Lynch is going to come out and make his little speech about as to what they do. They usually do explain their actions in the draft. So we'll see. With Aiyuk, it
That's
was
the first thing I'm watching when we get off here.
yeah. All right, you go for it, Tony. Appreciate you, Tony. Can't wait till next time.
Yep.
All right,
Take care, Rumbo.
you too, Tony. Have a great night.
You too.
Oh God. There it is, fam. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what I'm set up. You want to come in and make some things, say some things about what just took place? It is what it is, fam. I'll see you in a few. Thanks for the contributions, by the way. Please, don't forget to subscribe as the season is just getting underway. And don't forget to like 9